Alright guys, Feelim here, back in our live stream. Sorry for a really late start. My internet just so happened to crap out right when I started stream, so that's great, obviously. So I am streaming from a hotspot. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, we do got a lot to talk about. We got Survivor. We got BB Can's been actually kind of decent, if only we had feeds. We got I finished my Last of Us video. That's something. I recorded my streaming or my scheduling thing yesterday. It was actually supposed to come out today, but then I accidentally scheduled it for tomorrow, so I guess it's coming out tomorrow instead. That's the dumb thing about this game is that, like, to start a new story, I believe you have to load into the main game and then go here and then push new game, and that's actually really stupid. But yeah, we're starting Red Dead 2. I will be doing a video of this at the end of the year, so that should be fun. Yeah, let's go. Vanessa snapped. I don't know what happened with Vanessa. I don't get it. In terms of the like, so is the information that she's saying true? Like, I mean, I'm assuming it is, but like, we don't, like, why would Zach tell her that? Like, I don't get why any of that like, why Zach would tell Vanessa that that he's coming for Rob, which again, it's true in the sense that, yeah, he is coming for Rob, but it's like, how did Vanessa know that? Like, I don't get that part of it, but yeah, I mean, Zach's game's kind of blown up right now, so that's interesting. It does still seem like Rob is probably going home, but he has a chance, and even if he does go, I mean, they're like, essentially Zach's game's fucked now, so at least there's that. Yeah, BB Can's fun. Survivor was interesting. Not how I thought it would play out. And also, I mean, like, I guess it's mainly because, like, we got the so obviously we knew about the tribe swap. We talked about that last time. What we didn't know is that each person that swapped gets an idol, which, like, I've seen, like, criticism of this online, and, like, I get, and it is ridiculous that we're just, like, handing 3 idols out. But also it's like, it's better than nothing. Like, I mean, to me, it's like, it's better to do this than to not give them idols, and essentially they're fucked. Like, it is ridiculous that, yeah, we're handing out 3 idols. Mind you, they're timed idols, and, like, obviously there's not going to be another swap before they're merged, so it's like, it's essentially, they're all consolidated within each tribe. So it is structured in that way. Like, it is, like, properly, like, condensed in that way. To where, like, by the time the merge, it doesn't matter, or by the time not the merge, by the time the tribes live on the same beach, because they had to make that distinction. It's so stupid. But yeah. Yeah, I have Carolyn #1 now. I thought this was a solid episode for Carolyn. I thought it was a bad episode for Jam Jam, and Jam Jam's been my #1 for since the premiere. I thought this was a really bad episode for him. He's dropped to #4 for me now. But yeah, Carolyn's my #1. I have Matthew #2. I am worried about Matthew, considering how much they keep on talking about his shoulder. And, like, we got the next time on. But, like, still, I mean, he's getting really strong content. And then, who's third? Matt. I moved Matt back up a bit, so that's something. AU power ranking, I think I still stand the same as I said last time, where I think it's Liz if it's a final 3. I think it's Matt if it's a final 2. I think George is going to be cut at the very last second. That is the sense I get. Sarah is #1 so far on the player ranking. I debated her and Maddie. Obviously, both got idled out. I do think Maddie, like, entirely did it to herself, where, like, Sarah not as much. Like, I mean, too far, Sarah was also in a bad position even before this swap, and kind of, like, was given a lifeline to a degree by having this swap happen. But still, it's like I do feel like it was less of her fault than it was with Maddie, where like Maddie entirely puts together this plan just for Maddie to be the one that gets out. So yeah. I'm not going to include Bruce. I don't think it's worth it. There's not much to say. I'll talk about him in the video, but like I'm not going to actually properly rank him. I mean, like essentially that means he's at the bottom, though. Like by me not talking about him, it's essentially like, yeah, he's on the bottom, I guess, just because like there's nothing there. But like I'm not going to properly rank him. And again, and the only reason I'm going to include Jackie, like technically I wouldn't include Jackie, but I just want to make a point that Rogue is so bad that I'm putting Rogue below Jackie. So yeah.
Listen.
With time travel, Haley probably like dominates. Actually, I don't know. Does she dominate an Old School Survivor? Because I feel like she plays a bit too like. She plays very aggressively, obviously. To where like I feel like she would make a move at a point that would like piss off everyone, and then they would vote her out. Like I think she would like breeze to the merge. Probably try to make a move like Final 9, Final 8 or something and blow up her entire game and get taken out there. I think that's probably what would actually happen.
But we're gonna ride out.
As far as Special said, it'll be interesting to have the same swap twist happen in the next round, but no idol. I don't want that. To be honest, I would have been like super angry. Like, I'm not angry. I don't really care that much. But like, I think I would have been more upset about this twist if there was no idol involved. I think adding into idol actually makes it a bit interesting, where it's essentially this test case of like, because it's essentially like swap screwing someone, but like giving that swap screwed player an idol, to where they're guaranteed one round of safety if they play it correct, if they're not an idiot. And I actually did think for a while that Josh was going home. I did think Josh was going to go home this episode by playing his idol incorrectly somehow, but he didn't. So good on him.
Come on, Arthur.
What was Bryce talking about? I have no clue. I didn't pay attention to Bryce.
Must have headed down the hill. Sure. Hey.
Carolyn should have covered tracks and voted for Josh. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I think it's complex either way, because I think the point of her voting with Josh is her to build trust with Josh, so that way in the next round that Josh doesn't flip on her, so in that way she's like 100% the swing. Because like, are Josh and Jam Jam really going to work together? Probably not. I think Jam Jam would be more likely to just try to work with Carolyn again. So I think by her voting for Sarah, it kind of makes it more likely that she's essentially in the middle for the next round. But I can see the benefit the other way too, because at that point Josh has no option. But you're also like, by voting with Josh, you're incentivizing him. I guess either way, it's like whoever is left out like doesn't have an option anyway. So I mean, I don't know. I think it could go either way on it doesn't really matter too much in my opinion. And I think by voting for Sarah here, it at least like makes it so like it's a move you can say at some point down the road of like, when you're at the end, you could say like, oh, I didn't do nothing the first half of the game. I did this thing, I guess.
Bridge coming up. Take it easy.
Oh yeah. Josh is dead in the edit. By the way, like that's like the fact that he was like invisible until this episode, which and like was even undermined last episode when like he didn't even get that much content. But like he finally gets a whole bunch of content this episode. Just for him to talk about how he feels great on his real tribe, only for him to then like get everyone talking about how he would have been the next to go. I think that's super bad. And the fact that also Josh, like, what the fuck is Josh doing by like openly saying how great of a position he's in on Soka? Isn't that also stupid? Because like you're essentially just telling them that, oh yeah, I'm gonna flip back to Soka when we get to the merge. So I think that was stupid too. But I've been thinking Danny's been like not likely to win for a while, but I think this further cements it. And to be fair, it's not that Danny looks for an idol and unsuccessfully finds it. It's the fact that he openly is confident that she doesn't have one when she does. I think to me that is the bad part about Danny's edit. Thoughts on Challenge World Championship? It was okay. Kind of like boring result, but like I think there could be intrigue. Well, I will say like Danny and Sarah. I mean, like I'm actually like really enjoying watching Danny and Sarah on this season. I think they're probably the only good thing about this season so far. Outside of Kellyanne and Janae. Where it's like at least they're trying. They're trying to play the game. The format sucks so bad that they can't, but at least they're trying. I did not watch Rise and Fall. I didn't have the chance yet. What did I watch today? I don't even remember anymore. I watched the pilot to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I remember that. What else did I watch? I don't remember. Oh, fuck. I watched my own fucking video. That's what I watched. I rewatched my Last of Us video. That's what it was. Because that's done. And that got uploaded. So I rewatched it. Trek the Yomi's fun. I like Trek the Yomi. It's fucking bullshit at points, but I'm enjoying it. Oh yeah, I did play. Oh, yeah, I played like. Actually, I think today I only played like 30 minutes, but yesterday I played like a couple hours of Trek the Yomi. But yeah, it's a short game. I should be finished with it soon. How about Carson? I thought this was an okay episode for Carson. I thought he had like a pretty bad last couple episodes though. Like I thought his premiere was very strong, and then episodes 2 and 3 he got undermined. Episode 2 with like him saying that Helen's lying when she wasn't, and then episode 3 with him saying that he wants to build trust back up with Sarah, only for Sarah to say that like she doesn't trust him. But then yeah, this episode was solid, but he's still not like a top contender. Like for me, the top 4 are Carolyn, Matthew, Matt, Jam, and then 5th is Carson, but like it's a pretty like big drop after that. I think Kane is the merge boot. I don't know who would be the merge boot. I could see Brandon being the merge boot. Like Kane, like I mean, I guess how far away are we from the merge? We're probably only like 1 round, right? Like I was assuming, like I think Kane's the next to go if they go the tribal, but it's like, are they even gonna go the tribal? Because like we're probably merging after next episode, or sorry, the earn to merge. Danny for merge? No, I think Danny's probably a little bit further than that. But I don't think he's merged, but he could be like early merge. Like Danny's not really the type of player that goes at the merge anymore. I mean, I guess to be fair, we did have Ellie, who was just like out in front sort of person. But oh yeah, Franny. I forgot about Franny was someone I was thinking as a potential merge boot. Yeah, that's a good call too. I don't know what they're doing with Kane, realistically. Like he just feels like he's kind of there. He did get decent personal content last episode, but I don't know where that's going. On Sarah Wade's run, I mean, she was fine. Kind of boring. She got like 17 confessionals though. Like she's in the top half of confessional getters. Yeah, I don't know. She was just kind of bland, but not a bad player. I mean, I think just got kind of unlucky at points, and obviously got like essentially outplayed by Carson. Oh, did he mess up the lyrics of "Oh Canada"? I mean, yeah, what kind of Canadian is he then? Game. There we go. Yeah, Brandon, I feel like seems very merge booty. Where like he's gotten like he obviously had a very big premiere, but all of that was situational. But since then he's been like the type of person that gets like 1 confessional an episode and like nothing really of substance in any of those confessionals. I guess last episode he talked about how he was a Renaissance man and that sort of thing, right? But still, it's like I feel like that's kind of merge boot-ish. Though in a way it kind of does like remind me to a degree of Danny's edit from 41, where he had like a very situational premiere and then got like minor like checkups here and there. So like I guess like it also could be that of like an end game, but not like at the very end sort of person. But I could definitely see merge boot there. Where's me in the player ranking? I forgot. I think I had her 1 actually. Did I? Yeah, I think I put her at number 1 of the boots so far. Which I mean, essentially it puts her. She's probably gonna be like 3. 3 or 4 on the player ranking, depending on like
Some trouble
who
on the
wins.
way. Lost in the
Where I think obviously George is no matter what ahead of her. Whoever the winner is, if it's not George, which I'm assuming it's not George, will be above her. And then I don't know if like Liz or Matt are like the runner-up. I don't know. And then I don't know about Jerry for sure, but anyway, like she's gonna be like relatively high on the list.
Think you should go now, buddy.
Did I miss? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I think Matt could be a decent winner if he won. I don't know. He's not playing like the greatest, and like he seems very doofusy. But like he hasn't really had much opportunity to do much wrong, like actively wrong, I guess, so far. So we'll see. I don't really see him as a good player in the grand scheme of things. Like he feels very like Fabio-esque. Or maybe Eric Reichenbach. That's what he compared himself to. Why is Matt contender for me? I just think he's gotten like solid content. Like I thought his premiere, he got like this big like, and like the thing is like it's a weird story because like he's like getting set up for like a lot of failures, but like overcoming those failures. But also it's like beyond that, it's like I think like obviously his like relationship with Franny is like a major storyline. That's his like alliance content there. I think the edit's making it very clear he's going to outlast Franny. So that's another step in the right direction. And yeah, I think this episode he got good content too. Like this episode, he's like literally the person that calls out the thing. Like so, Danny says that he doesn't think Jamie has an idol after looking through a bag. Then Matt like says in confessional that he doesn't trust it. He thinks that Jamie has an idol, and he's right. So yeah, I think he's just gotten good content. Yeah, Jam Jam got a really bad episode. I actually don't even understand it either. Like, I don't get the Jam Jam Carolyn stuff. Like, I was like watching the entire episode thinking it was a ploy. That okay, this is just trying to trick Josh into not playing his idol. But then I guess it's not, which makes it all actually bad. So yeah, like he just gets like I don't know, it's weird. Like I just don't get it. Like I don't get why him and Carolyn are bickering. But it did obviously like the edit seemed very pro Carolyn in all of it. And then obviously he was wrong, right? He was wrong about the vote off. Like he talks all the time about like he needs to get Josh out, and then Josh doesn't go. So yeah, it's like definitely a very bad episode for Jam Jam. Yeah, Carolyn's definitely the main character of the season. To be fair, that was like kind of clear after the first couple. Like really, she literally got the opening confessional in the premiere. And then episode 2 was like all about her. I guess she did have a quieter episode 3, but yeah, I was kind of expecting that. Yeah, she would have been a big character, like main character of the season. Jamie and Lauren are dead in the edit. Probably. I mean, like to be fair, I think a lot of people are pretty dead. Where's my power ranking? Yeah, like again, I think Lauren, Kane, Josh, Jamie, Franny, Danny, and Brandon are all dead. I would even argue Carson, even though I have Carson like above, like Heidi, who on this power ranking. But I would even argue Carson's dead. So at least 5 people that I think can win. That's Jam Jam, Matthew, Matt, Heidi, and Carolyn. I'm worried about Matthew getting medevac. I think, like, again, we've just had so much talk about his shoulder. Where it's like looking back at like at Carla's injury that she had. They like mention it the time it happens, and then stumbling over my words, and then he never mentioned it ever again after that. where it's like Matthew, it's like we're constantly getting like talk about his shoulder from Jeff. Like every single time we're in a challenge, we hear Jeff call out like, "How's he gonna do with his shoulder?" And then like in the next time on, it's like we're seeing him like talking about his shoulder again. It's like, I don't know, not looking great. Especially considering like we came into the season like with the talk of like the most medical visits in Survivor history or whatever. It's like, I don't know. But the thing is, if he's not, then he's probably one of the most likely winners. So at least there's that. Worse, Lindsay from Cagayan or Karen? Probably Lindsay. Because Lindsay quit. I think Dongmin would just annihilate everyone. Well, I mean, too fair, it's like language barrier and everything, so that stuff. But like, if Dongmin was from the Netherlands, like he would just demolish everyone on Genius Netherlands. Like it wouldn't even be close. Even if you put like Poong or someone like someone in the middle of my Genius player ranking on the Genius Netherlands, they probably like decimate everyone. On what am I even doing right now? I love how I'm just like walking around with like no sense of what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to do the tutorial.
Keep searching while I pack these on the horses.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting actually. Yeah, if he gets medevaced, are they still gonna go through with a vote? I guess they would because it's the new. Wait, so where are we at? We're at 13. Like so, like obviously, like the ascension is that the ascension. That's not the assumption is that they want to merge at 13. I also like I'm not even tired this time. I feel like I'm stumbling over my words more than last stream, but whatever. Yeah, I think the assumption is that they would want to merge at 13. That's obviously not happening, and like I think a lot of that's because of Bruce. But yeah, if Matthew gets medevaced, then are we merging at like immediately after that, or are they actually going to go through with another round? I feel like they're probably just going to go through with another round, right? But then that would mean that we merge at 11, which feels very small for Modern Survivor. But I guess that's kind of forced upon them because, yeah, I mean, like they already have all the challenges set up and everything, and really all that means is that we're not going to get a split tribal then, right? That's all they would have to do to fix the schedule is not have a split tribal. Because again, the premiere, like, actually, no, I guess they took that out, the premiere double boot. When did we have a double boot last time? Or we didn't have one, because, like, yeah, because the Earn to Merge was only 1 episode instead of 2. I don't know, are they going to have to change things? Are we going to come into the finale with, like, only, like, 4 people left? I don't know how that fully works. But, like, I just assume they cancel the split tribal twist, though. I assume that's done. Game? Thank you. See stream buffering for a little bit. That's great. Again, I am streaming on the hotspot right now. Because, my internet seemed to want to die on me.
What's going on? This guy just jumped me.
Right before starting, so that's great. Do I think they're moving the feed from featuring? They could be, obviously. Like, I mean, that's what Redmond was talking about, right? So,
And where Colm is. Oh, this son of a bitch.
yeah, it wouldn't be that shocking. But again, like, I think if they do, it would just be them changing to another, like another boring location. It's not going to be like, oh, we're going to go around the world again, like do different seasons here and there. It's just that they're going to stay to another, like they're gonna go to like probably like Samoa or something like that. Yeah, Samoa. I think it's about right. Should name the horse Bryce. Don't want to give Bryce that recognition. Thoughts on Jeff's podcast? I don't feel like we got that much new here. I mean, like we heard about his story about Baba Booey, and how like they're never doing that again, which like we kind of knew that. I guess it was kind of funny to hear a story about like them having to on the spot like bring out lights and everything, and how like Tom called them out for I guess like originally they were going to put fire there and like there was smoke blowing in Tom's face, so he called them out and saying, hey, that's not fair or whatever. What was the other there was like one thing in there that was like Oh, the game show rulings, right? Like they talk about how they have like a person there that like designates that everything's fair because of game show rulings, which is like is that a thing? I don't know, but all the hotties getting eliminated early, I guess so. Yeah, it's all the younger women too, right? Yeah, it's like all the boots so far are like women in their like late 20s. So yeah, that sucks, I guess. I would say like this one's definitely very fluky though. Like it obviously still is a bad trend, for sure, of the women going out early. Like especially considering this is the second season in a row now that the first 4 boots are all women. I'm an idiot. I have to get on the horse, right? Yeah, like I'm just not paying attention to the game. But like the Maddie one was fluky, and then this one's kind of fluky, but it still is a worrying trend, though.
Easy. You're okay. There, boy.
Potential returnee material, probably Carolyn. I mean, Carolyn's the big one. I think after that, like Jam Jam, Carson, Matt maybe Franny, depending on how things go. Danny, I think will be up there. I think tough thing about Danny is that I think Danny faces a lot of competition with his archetype, but I think Danny's definitely up there. Matthew.
You need to hitch him. He's already
I will say, actually, that's something I just thought about. If Matthew does get medevaced, like, is he on 45 with Bruce? Like, is that what's gonna happen?
Micah, what the hell do you think you're doing?
And also, if that is the case, is he fucked? I think he's pretty fucked. Like, if he's on 45, I feel like that's not a great spot considering, like, he's been playing this, like, very schemy game so far. So,
Leave her alone.
I wasn't doing nothing. She's one of them O'Driscoll.
if only Sarah the real idol.
Look at her. Miss.
Yeah, if they do 0-0, they have the revote between Carolyn and Jam Jam. Yeah, is Sarah going to rocks for Jam Jam? Probably not.
No harm. Miss. Come on.
So, yeah.
Be okay.
Jam Jam might have been taken out there.
Need to get out of here and quick. Come on.
I mean, yeah, 45 or 46, it's 1 to 2. Like, it's not necessarily, like, for sure 45, but it is 1 to 2. Bruce, Matthew, Jackson. I think do Bruce, Matthew, Pat.
Safe now.
I think that makes more sense to me. Considering Pat is someone that we know for sure that they want to bring back. They just haven't had the opportunity yet. While I'm not sure about Jackson. I think Jackson's a bit more of a mixed bag. And also, I think, like, Bruce, Matthew, Pat are, like, all the kind of similar-ish archetype. Of, like, early-ish 40s. Actually, no, how old is Pat?
Miss.
Either way. Like, I think that's, like, I feel like that makes more sense to me, but... Like, I don't know how much they want Jackson back. But at the same time, I love how, like, this entire discussion is, like, based around the fact of, like, does Matthew get medevaced? Oh, yeah, Renee's Boutte. That's my favorite thing of the season. Not her actual Boutte, but her saying Boutte.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah, we definitely need,
Looks like it's Dutch.
a change from the format. But I say if we are going to continue on a 3-tribe format, Philippines 2.0 is the way to do it. I would be okay if we get like a Philippines 2.0. But outside of that, like, we definitely shouldn't have 2 tribes anymore. Or 3 tribes anymore. This stream's going to be a disaster, I feel like. Whatever. Weekend 11, updated power ranking. I don't have update. Like, I only do it once a week. But if I were to do it again, like, Kuzi's, like, by far number 1, I feel like. Kuzi and Daniel are, like, 1 and 2. I went, like, Stockwatch-wise, I went all in on Kuzi. and then used one leftover on Daniel. I feel like they're primed to eventually run the game. Like, I think they're kind of in the like Kevin Helena spot right now. Of like these people in the middle that are still like good with the people in power, but also like the people in power like kind of imploding and like, yeah, it's like I feel like they're in a very good spot right now. Is Strat 4 better than the other New Era seasons? So far, I do want to overwrite this, right? Yeah. So far, I would say, like, after 4 episodes, maybe. Where again, I like, as much as people like will criticize this episode for like the twist and everything, I genuinely enjoyed this episode. I thought this was actually like maybe the best episode of the season. Like, I mean, I think like the back half of episode 1 was good too, but like I had a lot of fun with this episode.
Arthur, how you doing?
I'm trying to remember back. I guess you did have the Jenny boot in 42 that kind of like props that one up a bit.
I'm sorry to ask, but
Well, like I think that's probably like the craziest vote we've had
he ain't been seen
within the
in
first 4 episodes.
2 days.
Your John will be fine. I mean,
But I don't know. I think it's been fine. Like I'll be honest, like probably like not as great as like what I expected from like how much Jeff is hyping it up. But like also I'm expecting it to be great down the road. But I guess we'll see.
You're the 2 best fit men we've got.
Why put Jackson in my 4-2 player ranking? Because I like think I shouldn't at that point. If I were to do it now, I probably would take him out. I think the thing is though is that we had more of a sense of Jackson's position in the game. Mind you, I was wrong at the time. It was actually swapped, where essentially him and Mariah should have been swapped. But still, it's like we had like a sense of his game, while like Bruce, it's like we don't really. Like, with Bruce, it's like, we don't know where the power structure really was at the time that he went home. It's like, yeah, he had, like, a relation with Carolyn, but, like, no one really had, like, real alliances by that point. And also, like, considering, like, how, like, that just, like, his injury, like, greatly affected how he was even, like, able to play the game. Like, where, like, at least Jackson actually got to play the game for a bit. Like, Bruce didn't really even get to play the game. And, like, when it comes to BB Camp, like, Amal, it's like, we just saw nothing of her game. Like, we just didn't get to see anything. Once and Always trailer. It looks like shit. It looks so bad. I'm gonna watch it, though, and I'm gonna make a video. I actually already made a thumbnail. But it looks so bad. We'll see how it goes. I think it's gonna be bad, though. Carson losing finalist. I could see sprinkles of it. It feels early though. Like I feel like if this was like post merge and Carson was getting this edit, I would agree losing finalist seems about right. Like it feels like kind of in line with like the Mike edit, the like the not really Ken. I guess Brad Culpepper kind of style thing. Of like you being like because like with those edits, it's like you usually have a strong pre-merge, but then it like descends in the post-merge. And like this is the style of content you'd be getting. But it's like Carson doesn't really have that basis of the good pre-merge to stand on. So it's like I don't even know if he gets there.
It was crazy. Raining bullets.
Dan at the I mean I have like Rob I would have on the bottom of my player ranking right now just because like he's going home. Yeah, it's like I think it's Kuzi, Daniel. I don't know who's after that really. Like after that I think it's a bit of a train wreck. Because like you have like Zach's blown up his game. But he's not necessarily like the next out, but like there are a lot of people wanting him out though. Ty is like in an interesting spot to where like he's obviously connected to Zach, but like not to the point where like he's dead to rights right now. No, Rob's going home. I mean, like, have you been keeping up with the digital dailies? But yeah, like Rob's going home. It was going to be. So there was talk about flipping the vote onto Renee. As of the last daily, it seems like Daniel and Kuzi have decided to vote out Rob because they want to play both sides, as in they want to keep Zach happy. Not because they want to work with Zach, but because they realize that they need to like have Zach not coming for them and have him like focused on like the Shania, like other people there. Who else is there? Renee, like those sort of people. Where like they feel like if they flip on Zach, then Zach is probably going to be more pissed at them than he is at like Renee and Shania and those other people. Well, I mean, it's too fair. Shania doesn't even want the flip anyway. Who else is in? Like I love Vanessa. Anyway, people like that.
Let's push on a little bit. Maybe we'll pick up the trail again.
I mean, Anika's still pretty bad. It's just that she just so happens to be working with like good people. But yeah, I think Anika's still a bad player. Could George win surprise final immunity? Like, I don't think he will, but maybe. Like again, like he hasn't won an individual challenge ever, right? I guess he did come first in like that merge challenge, right? When it was just like throwing, what was it? It was just like throwing a thing to hit a target or whatever. So there's that, but like it's obviously going to be endurance, right? So yeah, I don't see George winning final immunity.
It's coming from up ahead somewhere.
Why was Devin lower than other Fallen Angels on your first appearance ranking? So that's because those are different rankings. Because the people who got voted, like one's a player ranking, one's based on the game that they played. So the one that he's lower on is based on my opinion on his ability as a player in any given season. While the Fallen Angel ranking, that's a ranking of how he played on HHH. Which in particular with Devin, like it's also a weird circumstance because like he's number one on that because he got screwed over by the forced fire making. Which like radically like elevates him in my, I like to be fair, he still would have been high anyway, but like that's what makes him like number one is how screwed he got over, how much he got screwed over by forced fire making. What am I doing? Yeah, I love all like not even paying attention. AU Matt will be a decent winner if he won. Not really. Like I think out of the three, Lizard, like I think Matt's the worst winner, to be honest. Like I think I would be the least likely to vote for Matt out of him, Liz, and Jerry. Not what I meant to do. It's, what am I getting? Stored weapons. Oh, fuck off, wrong button.
Down this way.
Phil would be enjoying 44 more if it wasn't so hype. Probably. I think that is a factor. That I think like we came into the season like how much Jeff has been hyping it up, and now it's like it's good, but like is it that good? I don't know. More confident on men winning or women winning BB-Can? I think it's about even. Like I don't think I lean either way on BB-Can. Because I think all the men are not all the men, but like I think like Zach's on his way out. Obviously Rob's on his way out. Ty's definitely losing a lot of traction. Jonathan's lost a lot of traction, so Dan is Dan, so who's even left at that point? It's Daniel and is there another guy? So I guess at that point it's probably leaning women. But I don't know, I'm like Ty, like I think Ty can recover though. And Jonathan can also recover. Hope. By the way, I'm kind of enjoying Hope on this show Like I like he's hamming it up a lot, but like I kind of enjoy how much he's hamming it up.
Okay, from here.
Like I don't know, I just like feel like he has like a fun energy in his
Real slippery. Stay close to
in
the
his
wall.
DRs. Even
Come on.
game? Oh, it's fucking wait. Square is the climb in this game?
Come on.
Decide on that. I mean, yeah, Dan is being targeted by the people that he is doing things for this week, which is funny. Like Ty directly wants to come for Dan next week, which again makes no sense though. Like none of this makes sense. Like the like Zach and Ty are they ran weeks 1 and 2, but they ran it in like such a bad way to where like none of their decisions make sense. It's like, why are you getting rid of all these people that like could be working with you?
I know.
Yeah, I've never I do remember I did not like the controls in this game. I just didn't remember why.
I'm not designed for this snow.
Hey, they throws a quit just because he didn't win a challenge. I think he's been struggling beyond that. I think it's more than just that, but yeah.
Marston, you hear me?
John, can you hear me?
Zach was vouching Ty to target Claudia. Was he? I think he more so just said that he trusted Dan more than Claudia, right? I don't think he was telling him to actually target Claudia. Because I think Zach wants to target Vanessa, right?
All right. Hot down.
Like, I believe that's his next target. But, like, I'm not 100%.
That's quite a scratch you got there.
Do we only have 2 more preachers?
Say this, but good to see you.
I guess potentially, right? Yeah, that's kind of weird. Probably like Zach and...
You don't look so good. I don't feel too good.
Renee, maybe? Maybe, I don't know. I think the other one's kind of tough. It could be Jonathan, too. And, like, now Jonathan... I guess, like, Zach and Ty could come for Jonathan, potentially. Considering, like, how much he seems to be fighting for Rob. Oh, yeah, Zach thinks he's running the game. Finish chapter 1 tonight? I don't remember how long chapter 1 is. But maybe. I think it is around, like, 4-ish hours, right? So, potentially. Because, like, chapters 2 and 3 are, like, the 2 really long chapters, right? But, like, chapter 1's not super long. Yeah, I'm doing a new era player ranking. That's actually literally why I was, like, setting up... well, actually, no, it will be a top 10, I should say. It will be top 10. But, yeah, that's actually why I was setting up right before stream. Because I'm starting to prep the stuff coming up. Which, I made a top 10 out of 41, 42, 43, and then after 44, obviously, just add that. But it's a weird list. I mean, like, it's not... I don't know, it's not an easy list to put together. Like, I was actually kind of surprised. Like how few... Like, because, like, I think, like, at the top, you obviously have, like... You have, like, Erica, you have, Jesse, Omer, yeah, like, people like that. But then, like, after that, I think, like, everyone else is, like, kind of close. Wait, what just happened? Wait, I'm watching the replay. Yeah, like, what the fuck just happened? How'd I die that way? Whatever. Yeah, Cassidy, as of right now, is in my top 10. Yeah, Ricard, okay, wait. The people that are on the top, like, the people in the top 10 right now, I believe, from 41, I think it's Erica, Ricard, Shan, Deshawn, I think are the 4 there. Then 42, you have Marianne, Omer.
Keep them away from us.
Is there someone else? I feel like there should be. Is Mike on? I think Mike's number 10, if I remember right. Actually, no, is he? Because I think I have... I think I have Gabler above Mike, but Gabler's not in the top 10. I don't remember anymore. Anyway, 43, I know I have Cassidy, Jesse, Cody. I think are the 3. So I am missing a person. I think Danny just barely missed this. Yeah, I do have Deshaun above Danny.
Let's get back to the others.
One, Deshaun outlasts Danny, like based off of social relationship with Erica. Also beyond that, it's like he technically was gonna get his way in the pre-merge, where Danny was more like trying to save like Sydney, and it really like if they did go to tribal, it would have come down to Deshaun. And also it's like in terms of like the mistake of the like voting out Shan, that sort of stuff, it's like Danny makes that mistake too. Like I do think Deshaun does some bad like jury management towards the end game, but like I still think he does better than Danny across the season, even though Danny was more likely to win. I don't remember if Lindsay's on the list, on the top 10. Carla's not. I'm pretty sure Carla's not.
Look out on the right. More coming in on the left. Get out of here.
Yeah, Danny gets 6. I remember Danny got 6. Yeah, I remember the 41 boot order pretty well. Actually, I want to check the list real quick. It's bothering me. Who's the other person? Is it Mike? Maybe it is Mike. Maybe I swapped it. Oh, it is Mike. Okay, I did swap it. Yeah, I did swap Mike and Gabler. So Mike is above Gabler. Yeah, so we'll see how 44 goes. I assume Mike's gonna get taken out. So how many people average is there? There's like what, 4? It's 433, right? So like I would think that maybe like 2 or 3 people from this season will make it on the list.
You're gonna be okay. We have some shelter
Like just
now.
based on like what you would expect. So it's like, yeah, Mike's gonna be off.
You had a hell of a time. You should ride in the water.
Deshaun was number 9, so Deshaun might be off by the end of it too.
We're gonna need
I don't know. I have a tough time like figuring out, should Deshaun be higher or lower than Shan? Because I'm not 100%.
damn near getting eaten to death ain't good enough for you.
Because like Deshaun technically like obviously outplays Shan by the end.
Push hard and get
See those buildings up ahead, John? That's
Actually,
where
maybe
it's
Deshaun
at.
should be higher. I don't know. I think it's kind of a, because like to me it's like when you think of 41, you do think of like, okay, Shan ran like a lot of the post merge, but like technically Deshaun was there too, and like he doesn't get his way all the time, but like I do think it's like pre-merge he had good positioning. Again, he still gets it to final 5 like without having like to be saved by like really weird circumstances. See, I think he should be higher than Shan. I don't know.
Here we go. There we go. Ay, careful, idiotas. It's his leg.
Oh, come on, let's get you warm. Thank you both.
Worst player make merge in new era? Probably, I don't know, Ryan's up there. That's the first one to come to mind.
Thank you.
got any other
Ryan, Roxroy is probably up there. Ryan's worse than Roxroy though.
about how we're gonna get
I was just discussing with Herr Strauss when the weather breaks.
Yeah, it probably is Ryan. I think it's probably Ryan.
into all that civilization?
I know. The West is where our problems are worse.
Nasir?
Come on, Herr Strauss. Let's get warm.
I think he's in consideration at least. Yeah, Nasir's pretty bad too. I would still, I don't know. Like Ryan won like through a challenge where he was going to get voted out until like the last second.
Drought shelter.
Like that is really bad.
Old abandoned mining town while we wait to thaw.
I bashed Erica's game after 41 because she was a woman. No, I bashed her because she was like, based on how we saw the show, she was supposed to be voted out in the pre-merge.
We get strong, we get warm,
And it also gets saved by Hourglass.
and we wait. When the storm breaks, we move.
Yeah, Shan voting on Nasir is really bad for her game, for sure.
Warm enough.
Heather's bad, but like I wouldn't like have her like there, like as like the actual worst. I guess we'll see if there's anything else here. Shan's game was run by Ricard. I wouldn't agree with that fully.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, Mr.
Like, I think definitely like her downfall was definitely orchestrated by Ricard, where Ricard like kind of like sets up the pieces to take her out and gets her to do things that are against her best interests.
Hey, how you doing?
He's okay.
And I do think if Shan were to play again, I think it would be interesting to see if like was like it would kind of be like a JT Stevens situation of like how like good is she actually strategically like without someone like a Ricard.
We've had tough times before. We keep moving,
bit
and we
happier
keep
now,
together.
Jack?
Same as always.
Is there a way on anyone on 44 could beat Jesse?
Needs to rest.
He that is so impoverished that he
Matthew potentially. I will say actually, like I was listening to the RGP podcast over the last couple of days, and like it's made me think about things about Matthew's game that I actually think are like super impressive, or not necessarily impressive. It's probably not the right term, but like very like forward thinking, like things that I never even thought about of like ways to utilize, like essentially like him planting his fake idols, essentially like, and then like leading Jamie to it is essentially like him wanting to solidify his bond with Jamie by utilizing a fake idol that he himself planned. Like that's actually like a really interesting strat. Like I do think he like so far has like come off like as a really savvy player. Like obviously he used the shot in the dark as a way to not expose his vote, so he can play the middle a bit longer, which again like I think is like again maybe a bit too much, but
Thought you liked action.
it's still like definitely like a lot of interesting ideas coming from him.
All turned yellow. Apart from you.
Where do I see Vanessa's BB11 Can 11 trajectory? I think she's next couple boots,
Guess folks
probably.
fell.
Um,
I don't want no fuss.
I don't think she's that long for the game, but she could also potentially like just skate on by. She doesn't seem to like have any like
Sure.
she doesn't seem to have any alliances or anything. She's kind of like on the outs, doesn't know what's really going on. Even though I guess somehow she knew how that Rob was being targeted, I guess so. I don't know, but like she doesn't seem to like when we see her on the day or like see talk about her on the dailies, like it's as if like she has nobody.
We got work to do. Come on. Are you sure about this, Doug?
No, I think Kuzi, Daniel, and then maybe Claudia's 3. I don't know, like Claudia, I'm just worried she's like putting too much of her game into Ty, which I will say like how the fuck are they still together? It's like how are these two actually like thinking like, you know what, we actually work well together. This is actually like this is definitely not a toxic relationship. With the way that like Ty just like doesn't tell her anything, and like the instant that like he mentions that she, like he mentions the backdoor plan or whatever, and she says, "Oh, it's Rob," and like he just gets like super pissed off, like, "How dare you know my plan?" And then like thinks, "Oh, there's no way that she could think of the plan. It has to be. It must have come from Rob. Rob must have told Shania, who told Claudia, because there's no way she could think of it, even though it takes like 2 seconds to think of who like he would backdoor. It's like it's fucking stupid. Yeah, like I don't know, like not a big Ty fan personally.
Southwest, right, Arthur?
Which we'll see. I mean, we'll see how Ty's game goes. Because like again, like Ty is not dead to rights yet. Like Zach, I think is pretty dead to rights. Like I mean, like he's not necessarily going home next week, but I think he's like pretty screwed long term. Just like no one's outside Ty seems to want to work with him long term at this point. Ty though still has potential in terms of like he could reintegrate himself if he's willing to cut Zach. Not necessarily in the Gino way, but more so in the like just stop aligning himself with Zach and start to build numbers outside that. But like I just don't know if he's going to, because again, like the sense I get from Ty is that he thinks like that like he essentially thinks that he like runs everything. And that he can run, even if he's not running everything. I think he'll think that he has the potential to still run everything. So I don't think to him he'll see that he needs to flip. I think to him, like even if Zach is going home, he's gonna think like, well, I could just convince everyone to not get rid of Zach. I think like, I don't know, I just don't see him having that like self-awareness.
I learned a long time ago that you hit Colm O'Driscoll.
What's happening in the inheritance advantage? Nothing. It's gone. Maybe they'll put it back in. Maybe. I would say the fact that it hasn't been mentioned since the premiere, though, makes me think it's probably not. Like we've literally no talk about it on the show since the premiere when it was introduced. Like in a position where they kind of had they had to show it because like Sarah was on the journey and everything. Where like I think if it was like an advantage that Sarah found at camp, I think they just wouldn't have shown it. Like I think it would be like the Idle Nullifier in 42, where there's like, well, why are we showing why waste the screen time on this? What happens when Marcel sees the veto on himself? Amy goes home, right? Amy goes home, and then, well, obviously Lisa goes on the block, and then they vote out Amy, and then was it Danielle won Final Four HOH? But again, would Marcellus win it? Who knows?
Ready, Dutch. Good. Now, Mr. Morgan and I.
But more than likely, Marcellus is just Final Four boot if he doesn't win HOH.
Mr. Williamson, Mr. Bell.
Because no matter what,
Mr. Summers,
because like I don't think Lisa was ever not loyal to Danielle. Like she had a close personal relationship with Marcellus, but I think she was always like loyal to Danielle, to where I think she would have left Danielle off the block and Danielle would have voted out Marcellus over Jason. So it's like really, and then obviously Jason and Danielle both do the same thing. So it's like Marcellus would essentially need to win HOH. Zach is unbeknownstly helping the girls by getting rid of Rob over Renee. Yeah. I mean, like I think there is like benefit to keeping around Rob as like a number to like go after Zach for them, especially in comparison to Renee, who like seems to be the worst competitor of the season, who seems to can't win anything and like is always in last place. To where like I think if I was in the house, I think I would keep Rob, just because I think it'd be more fun. Not because it's actually the best game, but because I think it is actually kind of marginal for most people. But yeah, like I do think there is merit to keeping around Rob here. But I also think like the safe move is to not, right? Because like at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you can have Rob keep Rob in the game to go after Zach. But if you're not like Jonathan or Santina, then like, well, then he's just gonna like align with Jonathan and Santina. Like if you're like Kuzi and Daniel, essentially, is why, because like they're essentially the decision makers this week. It's like for them, yeah, like I think keeping around Rob is just dangerous long term. Where it's like, well, yes, you can keep him to get rid of Zach. It's like if you keep him around, then that's also like another big guy that you need to get rid of. That also has like bigger priorities outside of you. So, like I do understand their move to not. I forgot how slow everything is in this game.
no use to us sitting on your horse.
Oh, I keep on pushing the wrong button. God damn it.
Good. Come on, let's go.
Worst John Michael or Mackie? Mackie.
Seems easiest to take the same path down.
Is Daniel playing well? Based on what we're being shown, there's the potential, at least.
Yeah, just wasn't sure.
Like he's in a position where like he's kind of liked by everybody, and he's like Zach looks at him as a number for him, so like number for him as in like not one that he's gonna take out. So like I think he's playing well enough so far. Yeah, I think him and Kuzi are essentially playing the same style of game. Both playing pretty well. Are BBCan 11 players worse than BBCan 9? I think the people running the game are worse. Like, I think Zach and Ty are worse than, like, Jed and Ty. Where, like, Jed and Ty were also bad, but, like, at least they, like, kept their alliance together for a bit. They instantly turn against their own alliance. Because even with Jed and Ty, it's like, it was Tina that flipped, right? It was like one person. It wasn't them themselves like cannibalizing their own alliance. So yeah, I think the people running the game are worse here. I think the average, though, I think it's probably better here. I mean, because again, like I think the people on the outside are actually like kind of okay. Again, you got Kuzi and Daniel who seem to be pretty good. Renee has like good game sense, just that she doesn't have much like social capital really. Like even Shania, who's like not doing much, she's at least like aware of what's going on. Same thing with Claudia. It's like I feel like a lot of people on the outside are like still like okay. Like they're not like Austin and Brayden who do nothing and just like spend all their time together and like don't know what's going on in the game and take out people that are numbers for themselves. I guess that would be more so like closer to Santina, but even Santina is like playing. Like she's not like Austin not doing anything. So yeah, I do think I think this cast is overall better. I know Jonathan for sure is voting out Renee. Santina might. So, like, the two biggest proponents for wanting Rob gone, or wanting Rob to stay, I mean, are Santina and other person, Jonathan. And then also Vanessa supposedly wants him to stay as well. So that's three people. But, like, Rob has, like, 4 guaranteed votes against him, right? It's Ty, Zach, Claudia, and Shania are for sure against him. So, again, it is those 3 votes in the middle. It's Anika, Kuzi, and Daniel that are the swings. But again, I think they are going to end up voting out Rob.
Okay, let's get in cover.
Does Renee have a bootay? I feel like that's not a known thing at this point. I think Shania could rise from the ashes post Rob. I think there's like potential still in Shania. More than likely, like no. I think it's probably not going to happen. But like I think there is potential at least. I think she's been like so preoccupied with like the Rob of it all. Oh, cool. Who's targeting Zach next week? Directly targeting Zach? Probably like Jonathan, Santina. Cool. Vanessa. I think they're like directly targeting Zach. And then I think you can convince someone like a Hope to potentially go after Zach, especially if Jonathan's in his ear. To be honest, Hope, I think we're like a bit more like where we don't know for sure. But then also like I think Renee and potentially Shania are going for Zach. I think Claudia would want to, but I think there is probably a world where Claudia like doesn't because of Ty, instead goes for like Dan instead. And I think that's probably what like Kuzi and Daniel would do as well, is probably go for Dan instead of Zach. Like on a player ranking, I think Zach will be pretty low-ish. I mean, it depends on when he goes out and everything. But like, I think if he goes out next week, he'll probably be where he is placed. Like, yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm not even paying attention to the game. But yeah, I don't see him being particularly high. But I think there is like this like Kyle Moore upside to a degree. I think Kyle Moore was even better in his first 2 weeks than Zach. But like at least like yeah, he did get, like have a lot of influence early on, and he did mess it up for himself. But I think he's actually played worse than Kyle Moore. Where again with Kyle, it's like Kyle had like a very strong first 2 weeks. Like Zach from the offset is getting rid of a not number 1 ally, but like a very close ally of his, like a guy that's like confiding in him. Who's better, Haley or Rob Dixon? Winning game, Rob Dixon, not even close. Player, I would probably say Haley, just because like with Rob we have so little info, and he only played like back in 2002. Like I don't know how he would adapt to modern day. I don't know why I just shot. Wait, who's shooting me from over here? Oh, cool. Why Jane hate Marty? I don't remember anymore, to be honest. Like, I know he left her out of plans and stuff, but I don't know if it stemmed deeper than that, at least early on.
So,
Do I think it's smart for Kuzi and Nika Daniel to try to win HOH? No,
just make.
not at all.
You want to take the lead? Go. What the hell are you doing? God damn it!
Yeah, I think 100% they should be letting, like, Renee, Shania... Actually, I don't know. Probably not. Maybe Vanessa. Like, a Vanessa... I think Vanessa HOH would be perfect for them. Like, I think they're in a position where, like, they should be probably wanting... Actually, no, again, they should probably be wanting Dan out. I think that's probably what they should be wanting. Like, I don't think they need Zach out just yet, as long as they remain aware that we need to get rid of Zach eventually. But, yeah, like, I don't think they need Zach out now. I think it's much better for them to keep Zach in as, like, target for everyone else to take out. But again, if he ends up, like, staying too long, then, yeah, you probably need to get rid of him. To be honest, like, maybe, like, I feel like Ty would even be a better target for them than Zach. Like, I still think, like, probably Dan is still, like, the ideal target, but... Ah, yeah, missed that. Big Daddy K's winning this season, I hope. I would love it if Kuzi won this season. I think it would be great to have... Oh, fuck off. I think it would be great to have another one of these, like, not, like, boring alpha guys that win a whole bunch of cops at the end, ending up winning. Like, we just have way too much of that in Modern Big Brother. I hope it, like, continues this, like, paradigm shift, too. Where it's, like, recently, again, we had Kevin and we had Taylor. Game? No. Game, put me back in, okay, game, please put me back in cover, please. Thank you. She's giving what Christy would have been. I don't know, would Christy have been that? I always got the sense that Christy would have been super boring if she was on. Like, I feel like Christy would have aligned with, like, Frenchie, right? Like, Frenchie, like, Whitney, Brett. I feel like that's, like, the sort of people that I see Christy working with. Yeah, I think that's the biggest shame of no feeds. Like, I think in particular, it's like, yeah, like Kuzi and Daniel, I think it would have been great to see them on feeds. Especially because they seem to be, like, that, like, have this, like, really fun dynamic, too. It's like a shame we don't get to see any of that on the feeds. Dude, I hate this game's controls. Like, it just reminds me of how much I hate the game's controls. Why is circle reload?
I think that's all of them. Search the bodies.
Right, it's like cover should be circle, right? Actually, can you change controls in this game? Is that a thing? To be honest, I don't know if I want to actually bother, but I don't remember if you can or not. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah. Oh well. How impressed would I be if Rob stayed? Again, like, there's a chance. It's just that more likely it won't happen.
Give a damn about his men. All he cares
But if he does stay, I don't know how much it actually has to do with Rob himself.
and kill without you're in. Think how long some of you have been with me.
Because, like, so a couple days, like, immediately after the veto ceremony, like, Kuzi and Daniel were actually, like, wanting to keep, well, actually not Daniel, it was Kuzi and Anika we're talking about, how they were convinced by Jonathan to keep him around, to keep Rob around, but then, they changed their mind the next day. So it's like, again, you never know, they could flip back, but, like, I don't know how much, like, Rob himself is gonna do it, Like, I think if anything, it's more so just them, like, changing their mind on, like, how they want to approach the game moving forward. Because I don't know how much can change them. Like, I mean, there's only one pitch Rob can make. Like, they know his pitch. Like, it's more so, like, do they buy into that? Which they've been, like, wavering. Yeah, I keep on pushing circle thinking it's fucking cover.
Shit, there's a lot of them. What do you think, Arthur? Do we hold ground here or go after them?
Again, that's a lot of ifs of like how impressed by if he stayed based on his own gameplay. Again, like the pieces are already there. It's not like a Johnny situation where like Johnny had to completely like restructure, like not restructure, but like completely like piece together this entire coalition to keep him, like get like so many different factions to keep him for like different reasons and believe that the other people were believing, or were like the other people were believing that they were keeping him for a different reason than what they actually were. Like the level of difficulty from like Johnny is like a lot, while like the level of difficulty from Rob is not that difficult. Like he had it like right away. It's not that like it's not that impressive. Okay, it's fucking L. No, it's R1, right? It's R1. Okay, I don't know why I just shot there. God damn it. Season's probably gonna be kind of good. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, you're not watching it. You're protesting. I will say, like, I do find it funny, like, how angry Twitter is about it.
Good work, boys.
Because, like, realistically, like most of these people, like most of these people, one, are probably not watching BB Can in a way that, like, actually adds to their ratings, which are the only thing they care about. Two, it's like, you're also, like, such a small fraction of the ratings, to where it's like, I don't know, like everyone's like talking about how like because it was JM, right? JM said like don't bite the hand that feeds you or whatever. Like people were like so upset that he said that. But it's like also it's like, I mean, he's not like 100% wrong in my eyes. Like I guess he is in the sense of like the way he's saying it, but like I think in terms of like how the show how the show is going to continue long term, like you don't matter that much, like because like it seems like the online community talks about so much about how like the online discourse is like that's representative of how the show is doing when it's not. Like in terms of like the actual like renewability of the show and everything, it doesn't matter. Like the online discourse doesn't matter. That's not what they look at. They don't care. Like, it was a thing that, like, okay, allowed them to think, like, okay, maybe we'll give it one more shot after BB Can 5. But, like, at the end of the day, it's not, like, this major thing of, like, okay, if the ratings are completely shit, but we have people talking about it online, then it's completely fine. It's, like, at the end of the day, it's, like, that's not what they're going for. So it's, like, I get it from, like, BB Can Productions' perspective. Like, I still think it's bad. Like, it's a bad, like, I don't know, what do you call it? Like, a bad sign? I don't know. A bad, like, message to give to your audience that you don't give a shit about them, essentially. But also, it's like, that's kind of the reality, though. Is that the hardcore fan base doesn't really matter to BB Can. I don't think it really has for a lot of the series. Just that now they're not, like, pretending to. It's not the fact that you're protesting, but you never watch episodes, you only watch feeds. Ah, okay. Too fair, yeah, the episodes for Big Brother are always shit anyway. Wait, what's the game want me to do? I'm supposed to find something? How's World Championship compared to previous challenge spinoffs? I don't know, it's fine so far. I think the fact that they spent so much time on the Kellyanne, Jonna stuff is really telling in terms of like how much they feel like they have the show. Because like I feel like that's the only thing of substance we've really gotten on this season so far. Now they're trying to build up this Danny and Sarah aren't like playing into what the legends want and like that sort of thing. But it's like it doesn't matter, does it? Like they have to work with the legends anyway because of the format. Wait, how do I get on the horse again? Fucking triangle. There we go. I watch Modern Big Brother episodes live. I mean, for the ones I don't, like, usually find some site that has it on, like, the day after. Oh, no, actually, no. With BBUS, I can watch on Paramount Plus. Okay, that's still not the thing I was looking for. Again, like, I'm just, like, not paying attention at all to the game here. Yeah, Kellyanne's still number 1 on the confessional count, so good for her. What is this? Cigar? That's not it. Do we have a USA 2 cast? I haven't been paying attention.
Here. This looks good.
We shouldn't. Like, I mean, like, I wouldn't believe it unless it's from Gamer. At this point, but
Come on.
because like the credible sources usually don't have it until like a few days before or like the day of departure.
Thank you.
Which like from my understanding, that's still like 2 or 3 weeks away, right?
Interesting. This is something about
Find a site that has it. But also, like, I've been watching every episode live so far.
All right.
So
Let's get out of here. Proud of you boys. All of you. Not a man down.
like the only episode I didn't watch live was
Not bad.
was episode 2.
Starving down and out. They can pummel us hard as they like. But we will always get back up and fight. That's who we are. Outlaws for life, fellas. Wait until
Buffering?
we're
There we go.
done.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust any list that's out there right now, personally. Especially if it's not from Gamer. Or like Pink Rose or whatever.
Well, you didn't get combed, but this head'll hurt.
Do I see Survivor doing a twist where everyone starts off with an idol? I mean, that's essentially what Shot in the Dark is, isn't it? If we're talking about fully form idol, probably not, because I think that's what they did with Shot in the Dark. That's why they put Shot in the Dark there. Is to essentially like have everyone have the risk, like you have the entertain the risk of everyone having an idol.
Make sure we always know where they are before they
Like that was like kind of the point of having Shot in the Dark in there. Because I think they realized that, oh, we can't actually give everyone an idol. That breaks the game entirely. But if we have everyone have a chance of getting an idol. I went all in on Kuzi in the stopwatch. What is this list? Oh, I've seen this list. Yeah, I've seen this. Well, I've seen this. I've seen the male picture. I haven't seen the female one, but I don't believe this. Yeah, who? So it's High. Is that Cinco? Is that who the Love Island guy is? Josh Martinez, Bananas, Jordan, Zach, Kylan, DX, Jonathan, Monty. Yeah, Real Love Boat people. Thank God we got Real Love Boat people. Couldn't tell you their fucking names at this point. But there's them. Ryan and Dusty, Joseph and Xander. To be fair, like a lot of this isn't like that unrealistic.
Hey, you see that fella?
Like yeah, it's actually like not that unrealistic, but like also it's like I think this is clearly a fake list. But yeah, then the women: Tori, Casey, Nani, Teresa for some reason. Is that Liana, Chanel, Alyssa Lopez, Alyssa Snyder? Okay, cool. I failed the mission because I wasn't looking. Justine. Who is that? Is that Selly? Is that who that is from USA? Who is that Love Island? I don't even know who that Love Island person is. Desi. That blonde pair from Amazing Race 32. Amira, Jasmine, and Claire. That's kind of mid. It's not like the worst cast in the world, but it's like also like not good. But also it's like I would not be surprised if that's like the caliber of cast we're getting though. Wait, what does it want me to do? Oh, Lasso? Yeah, okay, yeah. Florida? Okay. Oh, I know. Okay, I've heard of her. I think she was in the running. Was she in the running for last season? Or was it like one of the actual challenge seasons? I feel like that's the only reason I've heard her name. That she was in the running for like a previous challenge season. She's a dud? Okay.
No! Don't hurt me!
Wait, they just like disappear? Okay, cool.
You're coming
There we go.
with me.
Oh, Bayonetta Origins is out? I didn't even know that was out yet.
Just let me go, come on.
Dan Zaba's a weirdo in the house. I mean,
God, no.
not shocking. Yeah, Jasmine on USA would be funny. First boot probably, but like it would still be funny.
What's your name, boy?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's who that guy from Real Love Boat is. Isn't that Teresa's brother, right? I completely forgot about that. That the guy from Real Love Boat was Teresa's brother.
This is a real
Like he was like the first boot from Real Love Boat too, right? Like he was like eliminating the premiere episode.
where you ain't gonna like.
Why? What are you gonna do to me?
Some fan you ain't gonna
Next
like.
boot prediction for Survivor.
That's you. The
Um,
for screaming.
No, please.
Let's see. I think it's probably Josh if we go from Tika. Like because again, I see Carolyn and Jam Jam both as like long-term people, like people that are set up for like pretty far down the road. Now that could go all go downhill next episode for Jam Jam,
Come on, mister.
but like Josh just seems like he's there, like because he's now relevant, and like I could see this just like yeah he's probably gone next. Soka. Well, Jamie has her idol.
I don't know nothing real about
I
him. Honest.
Don't think she wouldn't play it on her. Because especially at that point, like you're probably thinking like we're gonna merge after this, right? Like there'll be no reason for Jamie or Carson to not play their idols.
I'm sorry.
So
Not one more.
yeah, like I think Jamie's safe no matter what.
Okay.
That's 2 bones right there.
I think it could be Franny. Like realistically, I think they probably don't go to tribal. Because I think the only people of those 4 that I don't really see as people that make the merge is Jamie. Like Jamie, I could see being mooted soon, but like, why would she not play her idol? But like, I see Franny, Matt, Heidi, Danny as all people that will make the merge. But I think if one wasn't going to make the merge, it's probably Franny. But then Ratu, I think it's probably still Kane. Like Kane seems like the one that's the most primed for a pre-merge boot. And obviously Carson has an idol. Like to be honest, I don't even think he's gonna need it. If Matthew's still there.
Here we are.
Like I assume Matthew,
Let's introduce
Brandon,
you to the boys.
Carson, probably even just ringing Lauren too, and they just all vote for Kane. Because again, like based on like what we heard from Maddie, the power structure there is essentially Matt and Brandon are close, Brandon and Lauren are close. So it's like, why would they not be a 3? And then if like Carson's safe no matter what, and also Matt wants to bring in Carson, then like at that point all that's left is Kane. And also, I think even beyond that, like edit-wise, it's like there's nothing really of substance to him. To where like his content last episode, that very much felt like like I don't know, like a Daniel Strunk sort of edit to me, of like
Welcome to your new home.
like this one glimpse of a positive moment, talking about how he wants to be a hero, and then like he's just booted pretty soon afterwards.
Lies. Uncle, Mr. Williamson, tie this maggot up someplace safe. We get him hungry first. I got a saying, my friend. We shoot fellas.
Is Jam Jam out of winter contention?
Save fellas.
He's not out, but I think if he gets another bad episode, I think he's probably out.
We are gonna find what you need.
Yeah, like I think the top. Yeah, I said this earlier. I think the people that can still win:
Hello, Driscoll, in my camp.
Carolyn, Matthew, Matt, Jam Jam, Heidi
That fella.
are the people I'm looking at. And Heidi's like barely hanging on, I think, but is still probably there. But Jam Jam, I think Jam Jam's number 4 right now.
I gotta figure out if we can hit that train.
Okay.
Like, I think if it wasn't for the fact of the premiere, I think I probably would be completely out on Jam Jam. But I just feel like his premiere, like, again, like it's, he is one of the only people to talk on the mat, which is like a common trend of recent seasons of the winners. One to talk at the opening mat talk with Jeff. He like openly says when Bruce gets medevac that we're gonna do this for you or whatever. Like I think like Tika is like, it felt like up until this episode at least was like being set up to be this like rootable underdog team. But I do think this episode definitely did
Mr. Morgan.
shake things up, I guess.
We're okay.
We have a few cans of food and a rabbit.
Yeah, what we got for the birthdays? Okay, there's a random group of people. What the fuck? Mitchell Olsen, Zoe from Marquesas, Alexis Maxwell, and James Lim. What a group.
To get supplies in.
Is James number 1? I guess it's James.
Trips need to be cut short. We'll
Yeah,
survive.
I guess it's
We
James.
always have. If
Then-
today we can eat you. You're the fattest.
I sent Lenny and Bill hunting,
Alexis?
and they found nothing.
Lenny's more into book learning.
Then Zoe, then Mitchell, maybe? I have no clue. That's such a random grouping of
Those
people.
mountains are full of game that want to read. Ain't no wonder they found
Enough of this. We'll go find something.
Next boot in Michigan? I don't know.
Second.
I think it's a bit open right now.
Here. You're gonna need something to eat out there.
Like, I think, I don't think we're going to fully know where the game's going until after this next round. I think it's like
Let's go.
the Emily B boot really just like
Look at your
broke open the game a bit.
Listening to you two. Look, if this game in those hills-
Alexis is currently mommy. I mean, she just had a kid, right? If that's what you mean, or do you mean the other type of mommy? Actually, what does mommy even mean? Like in terms of like, I know it's like just like a slang like term of like that people.
Here, you take this. I can't use it, and you'll have to.
Okay, so it's the female version of daddy, which daddy is a confident, attractive man.
You're never too old to learn.
I guess. I didn't watch MILF Manor. I haven't watched after episode 2. I gave up like midway through episode 2. I thought about watching the finale just because like RHAP did do a podcast on it, and I think it'd just be funny to listen to it, but I don't know. I don't really care.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I think Bailey has potential.
Mistake. Still bad.
I think Sam could have potential to go home.
Boat right now.
I think Cooper could have potential to go home.
Never really got the hang of it.
You'll be fine.
Who else is there?
So,
Who else flipped again? Who? Adam.
killed, it ain't
So like I think Adam is gonna win against like win the battle against Sam. I think.
Weather's eased off a bit. They'll be needing to feed.
I think Adam's gonna orchestrate the Sam boot. I think is what I'm leaning right now.
Find some higher ground. Hold.
So we're like, I don't think Sam's gonna win. It's just a matter of like, when is the Sam boot actually gonna happen?
getting stuck in the storm, going out for John.
Cooper's playing on All Stars.
You've had a
He was host for seasons 2, 3, and 4. He was on season 1.
I didn't mean it like that. Just a lot to think back on.
I still don't really know what happened on that.
I think Leia is like, in my mind, Leia is locked for Final 3.
Javier told me about
Question is, does she win or not? And like, I'm kind of thinking she does. We're like, I think all the pieces are there for a story that leads to a Leia win. It's just a matter if it all comes together, and I'm assuming it does, but I'm not 100% on it. But like, I think Leia is almost guaranteed at the end. Like, I'll be shocked if Leia doesn't get to the end. I think Andrew's interesting, right? I think Andrew's not winning. Like, I think my sense for Andrew at this point is Andrew's probably going to go out playing his idol, thinking it's real at that point, but then it turns out to be fake. I think is what's going to happen. And like, I think a lot of his storyline about like how, I'm definitely at the end or whatever. I think it's going to lead to him like just coming short, probably like Final 5, Final 6 boot, something like that. Why don't I have Final 2? I don't know. Like, I don't know why they don't do Final 2. With this season, I kind of get it because, like, there were more people. But, like, even, like, at the beginning of Survivor Michigan, like, Seasons 1 and 2 had a Final 3 for some reason, which is, like, why? Like, they did a surprise Final 2 for Season 3, but, like, yeah, I'll say that's been Final 3, which, like, I don't fully get why.
I see something.
But, whatever, I guess. Megan, Leia, Cooper, Final 3, and Leia wins? Maybe. I will say, something I did find interesting. So I've been getting recommended the fucking Sam. Let's try this again. Alright, I switched it back to my internet, my normal internet. Hopefully it's fine now. I didn't even bother to check what it's at or anything, but did stream not end, by the way? Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's still one VOD, I think.
Come on.
But yeah, like for all I know, my internet's still shit. But we'll see. But yeah, I just switched it back to normal, so I'm not on the hotspot anymore. I'm just trying to shut down the hotspot real quick. Okay, we're good. So yeah, I mean, hopefully my internet's fine now. We'll see. What was I talking? I was talking about Survivor Michigan, right? Feel like your girls are gonna get pagonged from Michigan? I don't think so at all. I don't think there is gonna be pagong. I'll be mind blown if there's pagong based on like everything they've been talking about. Because again, listening to all the podcasts and everything, it's like very clearly some like some big stuff's happening. Because like Ian, the editor, and also Brady, also who's the host, like the last podcast they were on, they were talking about how like the final 8 on is like some of the craziest Survivor they've ever seen. And like Ian's been like setting this up for a while, talking about how like there's like 2 massive like crazy votes that are still to happen. He's been saying that for like weeks now. So like I feel like this end game is going to be insane. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it is, because it's, if not, I will say I've been very whelmed with the season. Like I think the first half was fantastic. Okay, I'm not even paying attention. But yeah, the first half was like fantastic. And then like the merge episode was good. The Kevin boot was like okay. Like not a great like round of gameplay or anything, but there were some fun character moments. The Sarah boot is rough. Like that was a rough episode. What am I doing? Oh, I'm picking the bow. Okay. And then this last episode, like, again, was a fantastic vote out, obviously, but like, it's definitely not like lived up to that like fantastic pre-merge. So I'm just hoping there's, I'm just hoping it picks back up. So yeah, it's back tomorrow, by the way. It's been 2 weeks, which I will say, like, I think that's another factor in why I'm not like as into it anymore. I think like the fact that we got like 2 breaks since the merge has like kind of taken me out of it as well. Where again, like coming into the merge, like I was like super hyped. Yet now I'm just like, and also I think there's a factor of like, obviously there's other shit going on now. There's other shows on. But yeah, I'm just like, I'm not as excited for it anymore. Why do breaks? Because they don't have it all done yet. I believe it's done now. But again, it's one guy like editing the majority of it. It's like, it is like a big task, especially when like every episode is like almost 2 hours. By the way, I love how like I haven't talked about the Last of Us video, have I? But yeah, that's done. I've rewatched it twice already. That's not. Is that anything? I can't even tell. No, it's just wood. Okay. But yeah, it's 5 hours, 56 minutes, 45 seconds. So that's something.
There they are.
I will say I do love the video though. I'm so happy with that video. I think it is easily my best work. And I will say, like, I think it's made me grow even more of appreciation for The Last of Us. To where, like, I've picked up on things that I never, like, picked up on before about the story of The Last of Us. Specifically, there was actually, like, one thing in particular that I didn't realize until right before I finished editing the video, that I went back and, like, re-edited, like, certain parts of the video because, like, I didn't, like, click it in my head. And I feel like it's a thing that isn't talked about. To where, like, one aspect of it is, but, like, I feel like not, like, no one really connects the entirety of it. And, like, I never did until recently. Yeah, thoughts on Katie's reaction to winning individual immunity? Which Katie are we talking about? I'm addicted to The Last of Us like Tiger Woods addicted to sex, probably. I mean, again, like, my phone wallpaper is The Last of Us. My fucking computer wallpaper is The Last of Us. I just made a 6-hour Last of Us video. I'm gonna do a cutscene ranking for The Last of Us. I'm also gonna do Left Behind next batch of videos. I'm pretty confident I'm gonna do a part 2 video at some point as well. I don't know when, but, like, it won't be for a while, but eventually. No, I haven't gotten to The Last of Us porn just because, like, there's no one. There's no one. Again, like, well, I'm doing, but there's no one to fap to. From Last of Us, right? Because it's like you have Ellie who's a kid, so that's fucked. You have, I guess you could do part 2, but even then, like Abby's Abby. Yeah, there's not much there. I guess Dina, Tess and Joel. I mean, I guess it's not my thing. Did I upload a video today? As in what? Like the Beyond Two Souls video came out, but no one obviously cares about that. I will say, I that video came out and, like, it did very well for what it is in the first, like, hour, and it was, like, really bothering me. I'm happy it slowed down, which, like, that's not, like, a normal thing to say, obviously, that I'm happy that my video, like, stopped doing well for what it is. But it was bothering me for a while that it was actually doing, like, double of my Heavy Rain video at first. I was like, why? But now it's slowed down to where, like, it's way below. It's like, it's pretty much, like, died after the first, like, couple hours. Yeah, I have a thing for older men. That's why I love Joel. It's simply because he's an old guy. Well, I have no clue what I'm doing in the game right now. I know I'm hunting the deer thing, but I did not pay attention where it is. When P5X comes out. Oh, I did want to do a Phantom Thief ranking. So, like, okay, tomorrow my my scheduling video thing will come out on the VOD channel. And one of the big things with the schedule is that I realize that towards the end of the year, there's not towards the end of the year, but, like, in the August, September time of the year, there's not many video game videos I want to do, which is, like, bothered me, where, like, I spent, like, the last, like, 30 minutes trying to figure out what video game video I wanted to do. And I end up just saying, fuck it, let's just do The Last of Us cutscene ranking. But I did struggle for a bit there. What is this clip? Yeah, that. I haven't gotten to The Last of Us porn. Again, like, well, but there's no one to fap to. Yeah, what a great clip. I would rather have clips like that on here than, like, clips of, like, the stream starting and stuff like that. So whatever. Yeah, imagine if releases in China and then they're like disappointed with it and they just like never release it outside of that. I doubt it though, right? Like I feel like they more than likely will, but it is weird. Why China? Like why wouldn't they just do Japan? Okay, how do I do that? I legitimately like don't remember how to hunt in this game. Like what are the buttons to track? That's not what I meant to do at all. I don't know how he did that. Whatever.
Not that way. What are you doing?
He even fucking knows. He knows I'm not even knowing what I'm doing. You're still including Bruce in the player rankings just at the bottom. I mean, again, that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm just like not bothering to put a number there. But like you can take it as he's on the bottom. Oh, is it just it's a Chinese studio that made it? Okay. So it's not even Atlas. Like, I mean, like, is it Atlas? Like, yeah, how's it work? I mean, I guess like Atlas will still have like a say, right? It's not like they just bought the rights and that's it, right? Like, it's like Atlas is still like making sure everything's right. Where's Kuzi on the I think she was like no, actually, I think she was number 9 or so week 1. Like week 1 as in like after episode 2, I think. Like around like when we got like the first digital daily. I think I had her around number 9. And then by the time the JM boot, I had her at number 4. And now I would have her number 1. Oh, I think Zach's much worse than Amira. Yeah, how do you track things? I don't remember. Like I know the game literally just taught me, but I don't remember how you track things in this game. Is there a restart checkpoint? I don't think there is there? See, that's what I get for not paying attention. Favorite reality TV video on the channel? I don't know, to be honest. Now, what would it be? Again, like, I don't really care that much about my reality TV videos. Like, I very rarely, like, rewatch a reality TV video of mine. Like, I mean, I guess, like, kind of by default will be the BB Can player ranking, maybe? I will say, like, also, not reality TV, but another one of my favorite videos is my Forever Red retrospective. I already watched that the other day. I genuinely think that's I think it's actually genuinely a good video if I actually bothered to put footage in it. Yeah, it's like when I'm looking at, like, the videos like, reality TV videos I made, like, the only ones I typically rewatch are things like the challenge season ranking. Now, like, usually, like, these things for shows I don't have, like the greatest, like, knowledge about, where, like, the Survivor stuff, it's like, I already know my opinion on these things. I don't need to rewatch these videos. Yeah, I don't even know what it would be, like, reality TV-wise. I think my BB Can 1 retrospective, I was pretty happy with that. I think my BB3 retrospective, I was happy with that at the time, too. Yeah, Amazing Race season ranking, I rewatched, like, a bit ago. Not super, super recently, but... I was another video I rewatched recently was my Gokaiger retrospective. That video is so bad. Like, that is really, and that's why I rewatched the Gokaiger and the Forever Red ones, because I'm going to work on the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger one soon. But But yeah, like rewatching the Gokaiger video, that one's so bad. Like there's so many editing mistakes in that one. Like literally the beginning of the video is a black screen because I guess I just like for some reason missed out on like I just for some reason didn't make sure the beginning of it had a picture there. And then there's like 2 editing mistakes in like a 23-minute video. It's such a bad video. It's like, what the fuck was I thinking with that video? I mean, I know I rushed it together. I know, but like still, it's like it's funny though how bad that one is. Yeah, I know I'm going the wrong way. Like, are these the tracks? Because wouldn't it be that way? You know what, actually? Oh, wait, can you not leave? Oh, fuck off. Oh, no, because you can load, right? You can load a save. Well, when was the last autosave, though? That's like 21 minutes ago. No, not 21. No, it is 21. Yeah, 21 minutes ago. Do I really want to load a 21-minute? I'll go save. You know what? Fuck it. Like, I'm just completely lost. Like, I mean, like, I just did not pay attention to any of that. I feel like it's just better to start from the beginning of the mission. Tony Blanchard is the most active player of all time, probably. Especially active that made it far. Yeah, I think me talking about the BB Can 1 finale, I think is like some of my favorite stuff that I've done in terms of reality TV. Where I think that's like probably the most in-depth like look at like a singular episode or whatever I've ever done. Like, kind of remind, like I'm taking back to the Last of Us video, I guess. I fucking adore the ending to my Last of Us video. Like I really do genuinely love the ending to my Last of Us video. Like I just love like how in depth I go on the entire ending. Like I think like from Bus Depot on, like I think it's like some of the best work I've ever done with a video, with the analysis, I should say. Basically, I myself figured out things I didn't know about The Last of Us when doing it. One of my issues with Once and Forever, it just looks bad. Like it looks cheaply made. Like the fucking, and also Robo Rita Repulsa. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? And it's also like weird that they can. I mean, like this is not really like an issue with the actual trailer, but like more so the entire reunion. Like it is weird, like who's back and who isn't. Like, and obviously there's like reasons for it, but like it's weird that like the stars of this are fucking Billy and Zach. Like those are the main two. Which I mean, like it's cool. Like it's nice to see Billy in particular like get this like major highlight, considering how like poorly he was treated at the time.
How long are you gonna keep me like this?
Ain't decided yet.
But still, it's still weird. How long's the last? It's 5 hours, 56 minutes, 45 seconds. Yeah, Rita was a good guy in Mystic Force. Well, actually, I mean, it's entirely fucked. Like the entire story, like it makes no sense. Like none of this makes sense, at least on paper. Like we'll see if they try to rationalize it in the actual special. But like, yeah, Rita Repulsa gets changed to good during Countdown to Destruction, which, to be fair, that in itself doesn't make any sense. Of like she just gets turned into a normal human or whatever when Zordon gets destroyed for some reason. But yeah, that's a thing. And then in Mystic Force, so what happened in like the Japanese version of Mystic Force in the Super Sentai Magi Ranger, they brought back the actress that played the original character that Rita Repulsa was in the in the Sentai, and she was like another character, I believe. But then in the US, they were like, "Hey, it's the same actress. Let's just make her Rita Repulsa, I guess." So yeah, they made her good in Mystic Force, and then now she's back as a robot, I guess. I guess that's a thing. It feels like it just looks very like fan filmy. Like it doesn't look like an official production, even though it is. Wait, where am I going? It's in here, right? It's. Yeah, there he is.
We're gonna starve to death up here, Mr. Morgan. We're okay. We have
But yeah, I don't know. It looks bad. Like acting's bad, but like that's what you would expect from Power Rangers. I don't know. Like I think the thing that's throwing me off even more is that it looks new, which I think just doesn't work with Power Rangers. Where like it feels like it's taking itself seriously. I think that's the issue. Like it seems like because like I think with this in particular, especially Mighty Morphin, I feel like you need to embrace like the campiness of it, but instead it feels like they're actually trying to make it feel like a real thing. Like it's actually like supposed to be taken seriously based on the trailer. To where like I just don't feel like the tone works there. Let's see. I'm gonna rewatch it.
Come on, Arthur.
But I did make a thumbnail today. They released some pretty cool art for it today. So I made a thumbnail. Again, what the fuck is this face? Like the face on the rear pole, it looks like they literally went to like a Halloween store and just like got a fucking like metal mask to put on her.
If this game in those hills, I'll find it, and you can kill it.
You need to rest, Charles.
This trailer's so bad, dude.
This is rest. Come on.
Like this is also weird too. They're still like Rangers in their like 50s.
Yeah, you take this. I can't use it. You'll have to. Use a gun.
Like the entire concept was teenagers with attitude. Yeah, we're just having fucking like 50-year-olds. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's a cool callback, at least. It says Bandora Protocol. Bandora was the name of Rita Repulsa's character in the Sentai. So that's a cool little reference, I guess. Then say like, why is Kat and Rocky there? And then why are Aisha and Adam like as like what are they in? They're in like SPD. Yeah, they're part of SPD. Which is like weird. It's like why does Zach, that's his character. Like why does Zach have the Black Ranger powers? I would say Megazord footage looks cool, even though it is CGI. It is cool they actually bothered to do Megazord footage. Yeah, Middle Ages with back problems, essentially. They're not. Yeah, I don't believe they're unionized. At least the real show isn't. I don't know about this though.
I just can't pull a bow right now.
Though I believe like a lot of the issues, like I believe like they originally wanted.
You'll be fine.
Oh my god, what's her name? Kimberly's actress, Amy. Amy, whatever her name is, or like they originally wanted her, and I believe that like she was willing to do it, but they weren't willing to like pay her more or whatever. Like it was still like a pay discrepancy. You saying that I'm in love with your dead grandmother song in class day? Well, good for you. But I think it was like that she like currently has a job directing something to where like she's getting paid more for just doing that than she would to act in the show, so she wanted to be actor and director, and then they turned her down from that, so she was like, okay, well, I guess I can't do it. Yeah, Amy Jo Johnson, that's what it is, yeah.
Well, Javier told me a bit, but it sure weren't good.
But yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't know, like, how do you properly explain all this? It's like, again, like, why does Billy, like Billy having the Blue Ranger power, I guess it's like whatever. But like, why does Zach have the Black Ranger? Why does like why? I mean, essentially, like why him and not Adam? Why was Trini still the Yellow Ranger? Why is Cat the Pink Ranger? Like it doesn't really make sense, at least on paper. We'll see. But I don't know. Is Nia Twine better than her mom? Probably not. I don't know. I think it's tough because obviously Sandra's a 2-time winner. I really like. I just wish Sandra played a good game. I really wish Sandra played a good game, so I don't have to not like think of Sandra as like an all-time great player.
The wind's died down too.
That's good.
Oh, did not mean to do that.
Hey,
God damn it.
get back on your horse.
So, you were saying?
No wind at all is bad, but if it's too
Like I think Nina played this season pretty well. Like obviously, like there's missteps, particularly towards the end. But even then, like I think she gets kind of screwed by the non-limb with Haley.
Hey, stop here a second. I see something. Oh, watch it.
But it's like, yeah, I think Nina played like well enough on this season. Like I think she's a very like solid all-around player.
Has deer been here?
Always had headcanon that Rangers keep their backup morphers after their. I mean, the thing is though, the powers are gone from Mighty Morphin.
Track them on foot.
Like they lost the powers.
Don't leave it on your horse.
Like so, I mean, I guess they would have actively like so. Jason got his powers back right through the comics. But it's also again like the weird thing to me is like, well then why does Kimberly not have the Pink Ranger power? Why does Cat have the Pink Ranger power? I guess that's the big discrepancy. Okay, let's actually pay attention this time, I guess, so that I don't like get stuck again. I'm not gonna bother reading that massive block attacks. Like what is that? Enjoying Heroes vs. Villains more than Survivor 44. I think I was enjoying Heroes vs. Villains at its prime more than 44. I think now I'm enjoying 44 more than Heroes vs. Villains. Like I thought this last week was kind of blah. Oh, this is how you do it. Like really, I think the season as a whole like kind of died a bit after the Sean boot. Like to me, it's just been kind of boring since then. Wait, what button is crouch? I have like I think I'm gonna make a statement of like I'm putting Jackie on the list just so I can have Rogue below her. Like I think Rogue is like an all-time bad Survivor player. Wait, where's the trail now? Oh, there. Oh, you just got to that point in God of War? You're not even I think that's like still before the halfway point. It's around that. I guess it's like kind of around the halfway point-ish. We're still like relatively early on.
Wait, look. There they are. Quick, get that bow out, Arthur. Good shot.
Okay.
Now let's try for another.
Another deer. Thoughts on BB6? I mean, what about it? It's a good season. Not the best like gameplay season in the world, but obviously has like some of the most iconic moments in the series. The problem is that like no one like outside of Maggie, I guess, plays particularly well. But even Maggie has like pretty big holes. Oh yeah. I did find that funny. I did love that Chris, of all people, they brought back Chris Wiley. Like, I genuinely got excited last night when we saw that Chris Wiley was on at the Wendy's thing. It's like, he's winning All-Stars. He has a chance. The brain transformation specialist. But I would legitimately love to see Chris Wiley play again. It would be so funny.
Okay, that'll do it. I think that's all we can carry. Okay, you pick up one, I'll get the other.
You sure your hands over?
But yeah, I think it's a good sign for Chris, at least.
Okay.
In terms of potential returning chances. I still don't think it's like, I think BB Can 8 is still like going to be the black sheep of the series, but like maybe there's a chance of Chris, at least. You don't know who the man was? I mean, I knew right away. I mean, I'm a big Chris Wiley stan, so. I mean, how can you not love someone who doesn't recognize his own mother? To be fair, I mean, to be fair to Chris Wiley, in that situation, he's obviously like, because coming off of BB Can 7, the assumption was that, okay, these are just going to be returning players, right? That it's just going to be returning players in the Wendy's thing, and he wasn't a fan. So it's like, for all he knows, that like, oh, Kim, that's someone that was on a previous season. But it is funny that, yeah, it is his mom.
Head back when you are.
Come on, then. Let's head back.
Yeah, I would say, like, listening to him talk, it was like, oh, this guy's definitely a con artist. Same thing with Zach. Like, when you listen to Zach talk, it's like, this guy's a fucking con man. It's like, how is anyone listening to this guy? Like, I generally don't get, like, how anyone takes Zach seriously.
You found him.
Like, if even in my real life, if I see someone, like, if I have someone like Zach coming up to me and trying to, like, talk to me like that, I'm like, what? Like, fuck you. No. Like, I'm not doing what you're saying. It's like, how is this working on anyone?
Well, maybe our luck's finally on the turn.
Seems to me we should be putting our effort into getting off this mountain now.
Soon. People are still weak, and you've seen.
I feel like BB Can 8 wasn't canceled. It would still be one of the worst seasons. I think it had potential. I think it had potential. Like, I think it was gonna get good once Carol quit.
Still have a big price on our heads.
It definitely had the potential of being the worst season for sure. But I think it definitely still had like potential to be good too. But it would still, like, no matter what, it would have had that stain on it. Yeah, it would have had the Jamar Kyle situation, and then. Dude, for Nico quit is like whatever. Like, that's not anything to me, because like he was gonna be the first boot anyway. Like, it didn't matter. Like, he just quit when like he was on his way out anyway. It's not like Carol, who like essentially takes the game hostage and says that, no, we're not letting you do anything until you evict me. Like, that's the one that's really damning to me. Like, that's why, like, if I do a first boot rank for BB Can, I'm still gonna have Nico on there, just because Nico played out a full week of gameplay and was about to go home. Like, he literally quits the day before he was about to be voted out. So, like, to me, I still look at him as a first boot. And, like, it doesn't, like, affect the season in any true way.
Maybe she'll deal with the O'Driscoll for us.
Well, I know who my money's on in that fight. He's weak, but
I find how Kevin, just love bombed during
the...
What is it with the O'Driscolls?
You ain't dealt with them? I suppose. Hell, we ain't run into them much the last 6 months. I guess because they've been over this way.
Alright. I still found it funny how Kevin literally just love bombed during the pre-jury and made so many strong connections that way.
Watch out.
Like, I remember, like, I want to look this up actually. What did I have Kevin at in my power rankings?
They must be real hungry. Stay well back. Spring storms like this are
Can it
the worst
open?
for animals that sleep all winter.
He's now I think about it, I think Kevin like might be
Just get back on the horse. Let's
similar to
go.
Kuzi in my like I had Kevin starting at number 12. Then he went up to 7, then 4, then 1 for almost the rest of the season. Yeah, like I remember like Kevin. Like also like initially you were thinking like, oh, he's like kind of a joke or whatever. And then like you like slowly start to realize that, oh wait, he's actually like about to start running the game. Like, I did not pay attention. What am I supposed to do game wise? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're talking about that, the Gino conversation. Yeah, that was so random. Yeah, like Gino got like, yeah, I remember during his HOH. Yeah. That like he came out talking about how much he didn't want to target Kevin because of how much Kevin loves him or whatever. What am I doing? I mean, yeah, I think like Rogue did like so much like more actively bad though, to where like I think it's like enough. Like I think Rogue is debatably the worst player to ever play Survivor ever. To where that's why I want to like this like make it a point to make like put her at the very bottom, even below someone that didn't even get to play the game. Worse than Jacob Hurd? Probably.
How long you been with us now? 5, 6
Where at least Jacob like was fine for like a day. He just like blew up his entire game like the second day. Where Rogue seemed to like instantly just be on the bottom and have everyone hate her.
Sooner or later, a job's gonna go wrong. Nature of life.
I just thought you might have moved on by now.
You want me to move on?
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's obviously a common fact that Rogue is more African American than Nina, I guess.
I was wondering if someone's gonna kill you in your sleep.
I still wonder that most nights.
It's still such a dumb thing to say. Like, obviously, like, you get what she's, like, saying, but it's obviously just a stupid thing to say.
You know,
Because, like, Rogue obviously is, like, from South Africa. And I guess she lived in America, whatever.
for a fellow with a black father and an Indian mother.
But it's just, like, so, like, insensitive of a thing to say to someone. Wants to know your circumstance? Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you just assume most people are? Like, what's the percentage of people that are circumcised? Do I really want to look this up? But it's like most people, right?
20 years.
Yeah. Taught me to read.
80%. Okay, it's 80%. So yeah, it's pretty high. I feel like I would just assume.
Taught
Like,
me a
and
few other things, him and Hosea.
it's like one out of every 5 aren't. So, and there's a chance you could be wrong, but I'll just assume.
Stick by him through this. He always sees us right.
Is Marty the biggest lunatic in BB Can history? Probably not. I'm left-handed.
How's that new horse?
He's all right. He'll do for now. I appreciate you letting me take Taima the other night.
She's a strong one. It's been as hard.
And the thing is, like, does Rogue want to come back? I think that's the question. I think a production would 100% ask Rogue.
Same with Bill.
Like, to me, like, that's not even a question. I think 100% they would be willing to bring Rogue back. But I just don't think, I don't think she would want to come back.
Huck me faster than a bull.
Masonry's 36 potential? What is this? Is that Chris Underwood?
Watch out.
That is, right? Yeah. He's, I like, gained a little weight in his face. Or, like, it didn't, like, 100% look like him, but I guess it is. Yeah, why not? I mean, like, it's such a random combo. Imagine if they did do that. Imagine if, like, Amazing Race, all the people from Survivor that they could have gotten, they fucking got Chris Underwood and Gavin. Like, what a combo. Am I a leftist? Oh, probably not. I don't know why I just did that. Again, like, I'm just, like, pushing random buttons. With me, like, thinking it does something and then it doesn't, and I'm like, oh, okay. There we go. Livia said she's not going to be on Challenge 39.
Thank you for
That's kind of a shame, but it's like, whatever.
Takes a lifetime of practice to master.
Dude, I think World Championship is, like, made me realize even more how fucked the challenge is. Where I think through World Championship, it's made me realize just, like, how it all comes down, like, to the fact that they're casting this, like, the same people. And, like, also, I think it's, like, kind of, like, the problem with the challenge just in general. Wait, do I have to drop on the floor? Okay. Where it's a cool concept to have a reality show where, like, you're bringing back people from the same pool every single season. To where, like, it's essentially returning players every season. But the problem with that is that obviously, yeah, like, these people are friends. These people, like, have previous relationships. And while, like, yeah, there's the chance that they don't like each other, it's, like, more than likely they're going, like, to be friends. And they're going to, like, be in situations where they don't want to ruin their relationships for future seasons. And I think now it's making it even worse in the fact that that it seems like production has, like, a lot of favoritism towards certain people, and a lot of those people are friends, to where it's like through the, like, us getting, like, the same people back every single time, it's really made the show just so much more boring. And it's like, I just don't know if, like, the challenge is ever gonna, like, get out of this. I mean, the fact that we're literally getting Challenge USA with MTV people, I think is already, like, just another, like, sign that like, I just don't know if, like, I'm really, it's like, I don't know, I don't think they know what they're doing, straight up. Today's the only one where everyone could vote? Oh yeah, because Sarah didn't have a vote, did she? Yeah. Actually, that's kind of funny. So Sarah, this is the first time she even voted, is when she went home. Wait, is that the mission marker? That's another thing I never liked about this game. I always found it, like, kind of tough to even read the mini map. And, like, oh, I have to skin it. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, like, yeah, that's the funny thing about the challenge. It's shit casting, but it's not even, like, the shit casting that's actually difficult. It's like the casting of rookies is fine for the most part. I mean, like, Double Agents was, like, a really bad one, but, like, I think since then, even before that, like, I think the casting of rookies has been fine. It's the casting of the vets that's the issue. It's like they're bringing back, like, the boring people. They're bringing back fucking Casey. For some reason,
After all these years,
like, I just generally don't get, like, what does Casey have on these challenge producers? Like, why do they like Casey? Especially the fact that, like, on Ride or Die, we had Casey over Josh. Like, as much as everyone hates Josh, at least Josh tries to make good TV. Like, Casey literally doesn't. Like, what does Casey even do? Kenny back for 39? Yeah, I can't wait.
Dutch, being Dutch, he is busy making
percentage chance of Matthew being medevaced at some point. I think it's kind of high, like maybe like 80%, something like that. Again, like, I think the fact that they keep on bringing up the shoulder, it's looking pretty bad.
Now I see you're introducing him to your other passion.
It's like every single challenge we hear dialogue from Jeff talking about his shoulder.
You're still here then?
I owe you.
To where, again, like, I feel like that's, like, stuff that they would have easily cut out. if this didn't end up playing a factor. I think it's kind of similar to like the stuff with like Claire sitting out,
Of course I do.
where like
Look at
now
us.
we know that like okay, the reason they kept all that in is because it directly plays into her being voted out. Like I could see the same thing with Matthew here.
The boy
That the
wanted
reason
to
why
see
they're
Jack.
keeping all of Jeff's like monologue about or not monologue, commentary about the shoulders because it ends up playing a factor.
Bide your time. You'll see plenty of that.
Who wins Sabrina or Rochelle final two? Probably Sabrina.
Abigail. We all know it. Now.
I don't know. It's probably.
Bill, now you ride
I think
there
I
and
think
set
it
the
probably is
charge.
Sabrina.
Water tower, just before the tunnel.
Ain't a problem. Why are we doing this? Weather's breaking. We could leave.
I hope like I would love it if that's the case. If like this is just like part of his like
Just don't want any more
like
folks to die, Dutch.
like a growth story sort of thing of like oh he persevered through his shoulder injury or whatever.
But we need money. Everything we has in Blackwater. You fancy heading back there?
No.
That is weird. Like actually I forgot about like in the promo for next episode they even like showed his injury again, didn't they? Kind of forgot they even did that until now.
Suddenly we're about to rob a train.
Would have been happy if Horacio and Livia won Ride or Die. Yeah, I think it would have been the best outcome.
No joke, Dutch.
Better than Tori and Devin. I mean, again, like, I think the Tori and Devin win. I'm like happy in the sense that okay, maybe we don't have to rig everything for Tori anymore. But also like they're probably still going to, aren't they?
Time to make something of ourselves. Get your horses ready. We have a
What
train
is
to
this?
rob.
Game Changer?
Everyone ready?
No, I don't even know what this is.
Let's head out.
4-episode event series premiere, April 3rd. I never even heard of it. Is Kenny Brain an underrated player? Probably.
Listen up.
He's not like an all-time great player or anything, but he's pretty good.
With us now, Arthur, please.
Argentina's getting pagonged, yeah. Kind of expected. It is so bad. Like this entire like that. What the fuck were they thinking? Like Argentina's literally like what, like a week later, right? And everyone's like still injured, and also they have the language barrier. It's like, what do you expect?
But you give us good news.
Devins is on it. Interesting.
You'll keep lookout for any outriders.
Maybe I'll look into
By
it.
the way,
I'll be fine.
good. I'll take the drive.
Is this the train robbery? It is, right? Okay, it is. Yeah.
Lenny and Javier, you two take the front cars. Deal with any guards.
You seen clips from it? Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know. Like, I've never seen anything about it before.
Mr. Cornwall's
Tyler, know he would lose against Casey or JC? No.
Have you got a problem?
He didn't know, but I think he had like a sense that okay, Casey's tough.
You worry about yourself, huh?
enough. After Bill blows the tracks, we're gonna need to move fast.
But I don't know. Like, I mean, I think Tyler thought he lost. I think to Tyler, he was thinking he lost the most people
Now come on, let's ride.
because like you see him at the like immediately after the vote reveal, like he's shocked that America likes him, and he's shocked that he's not like hated. So I think to him, he was thinking that I played this like really deceptive game. Like I played like a Paul like game, which we just saw Paul like get demonized for like playing this like really dominant game the previous season. And I think like to Tyler, that's kind of the way he looked at himself. Is that I'm the Paul of the season, and people aren't gonna respect me at the end. Yeah, so it's essentially like Sequester. Oh, it would be interesting to look into. Is Kevin Jacobs better than Tyler? Like, I would probably have more faith in Tyler on any given season, but like I think I would put Kevin higher on a player ranking, barely. Because yeah, like for me, like Kevin and Dr. Will are kind of back to back, and Tyler's like just like a couple spots below that. Yeah, I did wish Sarah got, like try to play her idol. But at the same time, I think it's also kind of interesting that she's like the first person ever in Survivor, just in general, probably, right? That gets voted out thinking they got voted out with an idol when it turns out their idol's fake.
You sure you're ready for this, kid?
Of course I'm ready.
Just stay calm. Keep your eyes sharp. That goes for all of you. No mistakes. Not again.
So we do this, then we go back to Blackwater to collect.
How many times you gonna ask the same question?
I'm gonna stream it already
like
2 hours 5 minutes.
That's a lot of damn money to
I did
leave
want to
sitting
talk
for
about
too
some
long.
It would be crazy to go back there
my
now. The place
scheduling.
will be swarming with Pinkertons.
So I'll be honest, I'm not like super confident. So again, like the scheduling video will come out tomorrow morning. It was meant to come out today, but I'm an idiot. Actually, scheduled it for tomorrow.
There's the water tower. Hold
But yeah, that'll come out tomorrow. Yeah, like there's certain videos I'm like happier on there, but there's other videos I'm a bit more unsure about.
You want to head down, see how he's getting on?
Okay.
So let's see what I added. I just want to run through some of these. So actually, yeah, the next video I'm gonna actually prep is the top reality competition seasons video, which is gonna be interesting. So predicting Jeff Probst's cast rankings, I think that's good. I think that'll be a decent video. The history of Edgic frontrunners, I think is an interesting video. I don't know exactly how that's going to turn out, but I think it'll be a fun topic to talk about. And like we've essentially talked about it on stream, but I think to do like an actual video of just like running through season by season, like who people thought, like who the Edgic community thought was going to win. I think that could be a fun video. I don't know how well it's going to perform really, but at least it'd be fun to put together. Casting Australian Survivor Australia versus USA. I've been wanting to do that for a while. That's something I realized too, is that I had a lot more Wednesday slots here. Where like usually my Wednesday slots are pretty like jam packed because I usually like do all these like retrospectives that take up so much time to where like I decided this time I'm going to cut some of those. So like I cut like the Joe Schmo retrospective because like why? I cut the GTA 5 retrospective. I think I cut one more, but that left me like a few Wednesday slots. So yeah, I'm doing the casting Australian Survivor Australia versus USA, which I feel good about that. Survivor top 10 players vote out their first tribal. I'm not 100% locked in on that, just because like I feel like that's one of these videos that I need to do the prep for and then see how it turns out. Where like I'm just kind of worried that it's going to be a lot of the same like repeated material. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see though. I did not add any Amazing Race videos just because I don't really care that much about Amazing Race. There's Amazing Race videos for next year, I know, that I plan on doing. Where like I'm gonna, Amazing Race 6, I'm gonna do a retrospective of that. I'm probably going to redo the season ranking, but we'll see. And then I still have the Asia and China Rush videos that need to come out at some point. But yeah, I didn't add any more for this batch. But yeah, Mighty Morphin season 1 rank retrospective. That what if every season was a captain season? We did talk about that on stream. I forgot who mentioned it, but I did feel like I don't know, that could be interesting. Essentially, it would be like I run through, like I won't talk about the actual game of each season, but I think like just running through like season by season, talking about like if this was a captain season, who would have been back from like the previous season. I think like something like that could be fun. So essentially, it would be like, okay, if there were like 2 captains for Survivor Australian Outback from Borneo, who would they have brought back? Like, I feel like that could be a fun video. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that turns out. Was he okay? A Raid Ranger. Okay. Then what else is there? So challenge. I did add in the top 10 male competitors of all time, top 10 female competitors of all time. I've been wanting to do that for a while. To do some challenge videos, so I added those. Casting Survivor Brains Beauty versus Brawn All Stars. Again, I'm kind of out of like interesting casting videos, and I haven't done a casting video in a while. So I was like, well, let's just start doing these like themes that are like the generic like newbie themes that we've seen already. So I was like, okay, let's do Brains versus Beauty versus Brawn first, and let's just do chronological order. So it'll probably be that, then Worlds Apart, then Millennials versus Gen X, then HHH, then David versus Goliath. I think those are the 5. I don't even know what I'm doing. Again, was not paying attention. This is gonna be a fucking terrible playthrough, isn't it? Like, I'm just gonna, like, not know what I'm doing for, like, half of it. Whatever. Again, the Last of Us ranking every cinematic. Okay, the funniest moments from every season. That's a video I have on the schedule. I don't know about that one, to be honest. I'm a bit like I'm a little bit unsure on that. Just because, like really, it was debate between that or best character moment from every season. But I decided, like, well, character moment feels like a lot more prep. Where, like, funniest moment, I feel like that's, like, a lot easier to do. But I'm still not, like, feeling, like, 100% great on that, but maybe that. We talked about this on stream, too. Top 10 players to get a purple edit. I think that would just be funny. Like, I just, like, would genuinely like to see that list myself. Of, like, who are the top 10 players to get, like, no content, pretty much. Which I think the limitations would be post-merge, and then, like, average confessionals, like, probably being less than, like, one an episode or so. I think that would probably be the ruling. Something like that. Dan Spiel's not the most purple. At all, actually. I think Chelsea might be the most purple of all time, right? No, Heather's not either. Heather had a 1. Actually, I think if I remember, because we talked about this before on stream, so I actually, like, kind of prepped it to a degree. But, like, I'm pretty sure Heather didn't even qualify under my, like, initial criteria. Let's see. Heather has a 1. Like, 1 confessional average. Which I think my initial criteria was less than 1. So I don't know. I might just do 1 just to include Heather. So Heather would be on there. Wendell from Winners at War would be on there. Let's see. Dan has a 1.31, by the way, so he's not even low. Julia from Edge of Extinction. Maybe I'll have to go to more than 1. Like, I don't know if there's enough people at 1. So Chelsea, Ghost Island, JP from HHH, Desi, actually. I didn't realize that Desi only had a 1 average. She doesn't feel purple, though, but yeah. Ozzy and Game Changers. Troyzan had a 1. Kelly Wigglesworth. Kimmy also. Wes in San Juan del Sur. We'll have to see what the list is. I might have to bump up I might have to bump it up to like 1.5. I don't know. 1.5 seems too much. Maybe 1.25. I don't know. We'll see. Because Desi was a queen that made every confessional count. I guess so. Oh, am I supposed to write back? I think that's what I'm doing, right?
Okay, boy.
Why was Chelsea so purple? I don't think they found her interesting. Then also, I don't think she, like, played into the storyline of the season that well.
To move quick and remember the plan. All of you, no mistakes.
Game? Am I like? Cool. Yeah. What other videos are there? What if the final jurors were the finalists? Which again, that's something we've talked about. That's essentially, so like, if it's a final 3, then it's like the final 3 jurors. What if they were the final 3? And like with final 2, obviously be the final 2 jurors. So, yeah. As far as storyline ranking, I mean, I have that on the list of videos for down the road. I didn't put that on the list for now. But yeah, like, I have like a top 10 multi-season story arc video on my list of video ideas.
What's going on? He says
But
all
I don't know.
fine.
I just didn't feel like doing it now. Best episode for every season. I feel like that should be relatively easy to do. I just realized the best episodes of every season should be best episode. I should fix that. Cast ranking based on gameplay. I feel like that could be interesting. We'll see. Why can't I find this? Wait, I just like forget to put this on the Okay, cool. Need to fix my spreadsheet real quick. There we go. Okay. Then for Survivor and Big Brother, like this is one that I mainly wanted to do just because like it's kind of quick. But it's ranking every player that was voted out and returned to the game for both Survivor and Big Brother. Survivor in particular will be very quick, right? So Survivor you have, and it'll be based on like the games that they played on that season.
Okay, cover your faces. Train's here any minute now.
Actually, how do I do Aussie? I guess that's the thing. I didn't think about that actually. Do I just do Aussie as one entry or do I do it as two? I think I'll just do it as one, right? But yeah, so like with Survivor US, it would just be what? Lil, Burton, Andrea, Matt, Ozzy,
It's time.
Tina, Laura, Rick, Chris,
All of you. You all know what to do.
Tyson, Natalie, so it's 11. So that's not that bad. Big Brother, I'm not sure, but like it's like, well, if I'm doing the Survivor one, I might as well do the Big Brother one anyway. And like it's still like not gonna be that many people because like it's happened once a season for like probably like 2/3 of the season, so it's like at most it's probably like 16 people. Not that bad. What is the best Survivor storyline to me?
You're pathetic.
I don't like it. Yeah, I don't know for sure, but like I don't know, Tony and Sarah is good. Fall of Russell Hantz is good. What else is there?
Oh shit!
I don't know if Power Eaters Villain would be up there.
I've got you. Now stop yelling. Oh,
Not for like storylines.
yeah, you're okay. Now let's go slow this thing down.
But yeah, what else is on this list? So, top 10 characters of all time.
Be fair.
I think I want to do that. Like, I mean, I know I want to do it. It's just that I feel like there was a reason I didn't do it last time, and I don't remember what that is. But whatever, I put it on the schedule again. The history of the runner-up edit. That's the video we talked about, so I'll probably do that. And then top 10 alliances of all time for Survivor and Big Brother. Wait, where's the Big Brother one? Didn't I have that on the schedule? Oh yeah, I do. Okay, I do. Yeah, top 10 alliances of all time for Survivor and Big Brother. Which we'll see how that turns out. Not 100% on that idea, but oh, yeah, Rick Devens is pretty good too. Jesse's is good, but I don't know if I would like have it as a top tier. Okay, I'm about to die.
Come on, let's get to the front.
I'd rather die. Okay, no? Okay. I thought he was about to kill me. There we go. Cool. The Australian Survivor one's already done. It's a matter of when does it come out. Right now I have it for November. No Dreamcasting videos, mainly because I don't think they're that interesting. And like in general, like I don't know. I don't find casting, like general casting videos that fun anymore. Like I'm doing the Brain vs. Beauty vs. Brawn one, but like in general, I don't find them that interesting.
No, we need to stop this train.
Especially because like I feel like I've done all the themes that I want to do. I did not mean to pick him up. I meant to loot him. Yeah, what else is? Oh yeah, also the recasting, and we talked about this too, right? Recasting Heroes vs. Villains, if it was Second Chance. That's on the schedule too. Which I'll probably make that into I don't know, will I make it into a series? I guess like how many more times can I do it? I think that's the question. Because like I can't do it for all stars because like at that point it's like okay, well then we're just gonna change out like a couple people. Like it's not really a point. Like Heroes vs Villains, it's like it's changing up half the cast, so it's like at least that kind of feels more right. Like the only time would be like what, like Game Changers, but like it's kind of dumb considering it just happened. Okay, that was me being dumb. And then I guess Winners at War would be the other one, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think that's it, right? Oh, I did also add recasting BB-14 if it was All Stars. I was like, we'll just do this extra video. It's not even really on this, like it's on the schedule, but like it's not even like properly placed on the schedule. I was just like, this is a quick video I could probably do. We'll just keep it in the back burner just in case. And I might do more videos like that with this batch, just because I need to kind of pick up some time. So I'm thinking like maybe if I like have a video idea like that comes to mind, I might just go out my way to like kind of make it super quick, just in case for down the road. Oh yeah, Adam's the big one. I forgot about Adam. Millennium X is a good storyline. What is this corn cob crunch? What the fuck is that? That looks disgusting. Wait, is this actually a thing? Like, this can't be real, right?
Come on, we need to stop this train. You want me to take him?
I'm not doing USA versus the World for US. Like, I'm doing the Australia versus USA. Mainly because I think that's, like, feasible. Where, like, Survivor US is never doing USA versus the World. So, like, I don't feel like there's a point in doing that, like, right now. Oh, I forgot about that. Was a video. Actually, that was a video that I wanted to do. I think I took it off the schedule, though. Is casting first boots at war. Yeah, I think I took it off the schedule. I might have that. Like, I might do that just, like, for fun. Like, just put it on the schedule on a random date and, like, keep it as, like, an extra video. Just in case. Because I just think it'll be funny. Which, like, essentially what it is that I would be recasting Winners at War, but replacing them with first boots. See, I think I'll do that. So it'll just be, like, another one of these, like, videos that, again, like, if I ever have, like, an open spot on the schedule, it'll come out then. Okay, I did not mean shoot. Do I prefer 3 tribes with a swap or 2 tribes with no swap? 3 tribes with a swap. Like, I mean, okay. Well, I would, but you're in the fucking way. Cool. But yeah, definitely 3 tribes with a swap. Like, 2 tribes with a swap is like a very marginal change. It's like, it's slightly better. In the sense that, like, okay, there's, like, probably more interesting, like, at least there's more potential for interesting vote-offs. But also, it's like, it still leads to a lot of stagnation. Wait, what? Oh, he died. He died. Okay, that makes sense. Your opinion of Cochrane's arc in Caramoan is the same as Taylor's? I completely disagree, though. I think it's much worse. Like, to me, Cochrane's arc in Caramoan is so much more boring because it's like a season that he dominates the entire time. Like, he faces no adversity. Like, it's like a much worse version of Taylor's, where Taylor faces so much adversity and overcomes it. Like, Cochrane faces no adversity in Caramoan. Like, to me, I just don't find it that interesting. Like, I think a multi-season arc to see, like, oh, he came from this guy who played this, like, very, like, weird game in South Pacific. Like, that's interesting. But, like, in terms of, like, what he did in Caramoan, like, I don't know, it's kind of boring.
Should we move up?
But it's like I think like in comparison to Taylor, I just think Taylor's like way more interesting than Cochrane's. You see, I don't connect to either of them that much, personally. Oh, fuck off! There we go. Fucking 3 shots. Yeah, the chicken Big Mac. Yeah, I did see those commercials on BB Can. Like, I don't know if the U.S. has chicken Big Mac, do they? Like, I'm not a big McDonald's guy anyway, but I've never seen a chicken Big Mac. But yeah, could be interesting. I wouldn't be opposed to trying it.
Shouldn't we push up?
Maybe we should. If oh wait, I forgot. What's the climbing controls again?
We best get up there.
Why, what? Oh, fuck off, game. Okay, cool. Well, that's great. Yep. Whatever. Should make Survivor CEOs versus unions. I think we're good. By the way, that was the one thing that came from this Jeff Probst's interview, right? Was him talking about that they've thought about the concept of making a Survivor season just with kids of former Survivor players, which is weird.
Okay, I'll just do
Is Janine still one of the worst players to make jury? Probably up there. I still think like Ryan's probably worse. Especially as a player in the grand scheme of things. Where like I think Janine like gets the game. She just like didn't play particularly well in that one season. Where like I think Ryan like doesn't get the game.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
What the hell was Bill doing? He had long enough to set that charge.
Is Sierra's fetus gonna vote out their mom? Probably. That's usually how that works, right?
We gotta hurry. We have to stop this train.
That's what we're doing, kid.
There we go. Again, this fucking game. I guess we'll eat food. Do I have food to even eat? Is this food? Yeah, that's food.
We moving up?
God damn it. Oh, fuck off! How did I miss that? Okay, that time I definitely missed. Whatever.
How you doing there?
I'm okay.
I don't find Taylor's arc particularly interesting, but I understand why other people love it. I don't know, I just find it weird to like not like Taylor's arc. Like obviously everyone's different, but I just don't like. I don't know. It feels weird to me like people like don't like it. I don't know.
Got him? I ain't got a clear shot.
Like I just don't like. I don't know. I just like don't get how like you like people can not find that an interesting arc. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. Cool.
I'm going up. We have to stop this train.
Like if I'm writing a Big Brother season, like literally like scripting out Big Brother season, like to me it's like Taylor's story is perfect. Like I think it's like perfect storytelling for like a Big Brother season, for a reality TV season. To see this like this woman who was like poorly treated and everything, and like was on death's door at the very beginning of the game, for her to be able to recover from that, and then have the same people that treat her poorly end up wanting and rooting for her to win the game at the end, and for her to win due to a guy misjudging her due to the poor treatment of her from earlier in the season. Like I just think it's like it's perfection. Like I just like, to me it's like I don't think I could have like written out like Taylor's like winning storyline any better. And also her like winning speech is one from is like one that she like takes like straight from Joseph, like one of her like main supporters in the house. Like I don't know, I just feel like there's just like so much there that's like it's like perfect storytelling to me. For some reason, I was going through Robin Cass videos today. Yeah, I mean that's the thing with Robin Cass. Robin Cass is like very like it's kind of creepy. Certain things, like I mean, I would not be surprised if there's like massive favoritism to people she has like a personal attraction to. Where I forgot what was it? There was like a photo from like where she was like in bed with like a Big Brother player that she cast. I forgot which one it was, but like it was just like this is like definitely definitely inappropriate. Yeah, I feel like that's the vibe I get 100% from. Was it Boston Rob? It wouldn't surprise me now I think about it, but that's not who I was initially thinking. Robin Cass. Oh, how hard is it going to be to find this image? Anyway, okay, it is weird. Oh, okay, here's the photo. Where she goes out to the gym. Yeah, it's definitely a bit weird. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the photo I was thinking of. Yeah, so I guess it was Boston Rob. Yeah, it's just weird. Yeah. It's I feel like there definitely is some weird stuff going on there. She still casts BB Can, right? Oh, I did not mean to pick. I keep on like trying to loot people, and I'm accidentally picking them up.
You two all right? Yes, let's get the money and go.
But yeah, it is funny how much Jeff Probst gushes over Jesse Tannenbaum.
Listen to me. We don't.
It is also funny, like, so it's only been like, when was it, like like in the last 3 years, Jesse Tannenbaum now runs like pretty much all of CBS reality TV casting. Like that is weird. They're for Lynn Spillman's cast or Jesse. I prefer Jesse's philosophy, I guess, more. Where like Lynn Spillman, I think also like plays into this like generic reality TV casting of like, okay, we're gonna get all the pretty people, the models, like that sort of thing. And again, like the reason, at least from what we've heard, the reason why she was fired is because like she disagreed with like certain casting choices for David vs. Goliath, namely like Angelina. And it's like I think she's like obviously been proven to be wrong. And like it was like she didn't want like to cast like young married women. I have to light them. And it's like I don't know, I feel like she's like very set in her ways to where like obviously like, you can't deny like the legacy of the people that she's cast, and like for how like she cast 37 seasons of Survivor. So obviously like she's definitely like cast some like all-time great characters and everything, but I do think like if I would have probably made the same choice of switching out her for Jesse Tannenbaum. Even though again I do think like modern Survivor has in particular felt very samey. We're like I think we're getting like a lot of like big fans, a lot of people who are there to play the game, but it feels like we're getting like very similar-ish backgrounds of like these like more white collar, again big like game body sort of players, people with like emotional backstories. Like it is definitely like it definitely is getting like a bit repetitive by now. But I still think we're getting like good like casting choices despite that. I mean, like we're still getting like Carolyn. I still think Jam Jam's great. Now, like even like someone like Matt, I'm actually like kind of surprised at how fun of TV he is. Danny is fun, though. Too for Danny, I feel like it's the type of person that would have always been cast. Yeah, like Cara Moen is like one of the worst cast seasons. No, I think it goes even beyond that though. Like Cara Moen like is genuinely one of the worst cast seasons ever. Like not even just like the newbies, also the vets. It's like what were they thinking with like a lot of these people? Again, like the fact that Francesca got on just because they wanted conflict between her and Philip is like, really?
What did you find?
These bonds. They worth anything?
Oh, sure.
Like even then, like I feel like someone like again, like Brenda didn't even want to be there. Like why'd they cast Brenda? Like I get her, like on paper, yes, cast Brenda, but like she didn't want to be there. Like why is she on?
Take them with you on the train.
Like I just feel like there's a lot of people. Like I'm thinking, Cara Moen is just like outright terrible casting.
We'll be moving on. The rest of you, let's ride.
Because again, you also got like Brandon Hance. You got like even like Dawn. I'm like, eh. Like I didn't need a Dawn return. I feel like that was like kind of like a of all the people from like recent Survivor, we're getting Dawn Meehan.
Get on the train, quick, all of you. Any bright ideas? I kill all three.
And again, especially when you get to newbie fields, like all of those fans are like to be, Allie's not bad on paper, but she was just kind of whatever. Like Hope, Julia, like even like Sherry, I don't think is like particularly interesting. What's the someone like Josh feels out of place on I don't know. I mean, like he kind of feels I guess kind of, yeah. I mean, like he does feel kind of like seasoned, like he feels like a Peter Baggins style of casting, like somewhere in like the early 30s style of casting choice. I still find it funny how like everyone knows he's a surgeon. Though I kind of forgot about that story until just now, that like everyone knows he's a surgeon, and like he explicitly said that I'm gonna be good at this because I have steady hands because of my job. It's like expected like no one to pick up on that. Where did I have Cara Moen in my cast ranking? I don't remember anymore, but like I'm pretty sure it's very low, right? If I can only find my own videos, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's towards the bottom, right? Okay, cool. That's loud.
So, we getting out of this hellhole?
We're gonna try. Weather seems stable.
And
Okay,
we
can
just
this
robbed the Leviticus Cornwall train.
video load? There we go.
Worst is gentlemen. So the question is, where now?
I had it 40 out of
told you, we
42.
should set up camp in Horseshoe
So,
Overlook near
yeah.
Valentine.
Only behind Fiji and Thailand.
Well, then let's go. Clean noses and everything else. Arthur, you're in that one. Bring Hosea. I know you two like to talk about the good old days.
Zach would have been first boon in Survivor season. Zach BB Can? Probably. Or like second boot. Something like that. Like he's like essentially like a worse version of Voce, right? He's essentially like the douchey version of Voce. I guess like he's kind of like a younger David Sampson. I can't wait to get a copyright claim for his song. This is the end of chapter 1, right? Nobody would cast Josh nowadays. But he has like a big background. That's actually the thing. Like Josh hasn't even got to talk about his background, like his backstory, right? because like he was saved when he was a kid from like a organ donor, right? And like I believe it was like briefly mentioned, like he got like one of those like montage confessionals in the opening scene, where like he briefly says that I shouldn't even be alive right now or something like that. But like that's all we got mentioned of it. Like he hasn't even got to fully talk about it yet.
Yes, boss.
You two ride up ahead, make sure there's no surprises. We've had enough of those.
Me with the boy?
Just go.
Come on, kid. You can buy me a whiskey.
Tried the floor when I put Caramon lower than One World. Again, I think One World has like more standout casting choices to me. I mean, Colton is bad, but like that doesn't like replace like all the like. To me, it's like you still have Tarzan, who's like all-time great casting to me. You have Jonas, who I think is really fun casting. I think Troyzan was good casting on that season at least. Kat is a really fun character. Sabrina was really fun, at least early on. Like to me, there's like more Alicia, like as delusional as she is, she's still good TV. Like to me, it's like there's more standouts there to me than in Caramoan. Especially when like for Caramoan, it's like, oh by the way, I didn't even talk about Eric Reichenbach. He was a dud on that season too. But yeah, like on Caramoan, it's like most of the newbie field is bad. Like the only like good casting choices from newbie field to me are Reynolds. Even Reynolds is like a very generic casting choice, but he's like still like one of the better ones at least. Him and then like who else? Like I mean, Matt Bischoff is fine. I guess Michael Snow's good. They're like, are any of the women that good? I mean, Laura Alexander could have been good, but like obviously didn't really get the chance to be. Yeah, it's like the fans there are bad, and then in terms of the returnees, it's like you have Malcolm, you have Corinne, you have Philip, you have Cochran.
Not quite.
I think those are the only good returnees. Where like everyone else is like somewhat questionable. Because what? Brenda didn't want to be there. Andrea was kind of just like a whatever person the first time around. I think her coming back is like fine, but like not like I'm not like dying for an Andrea return. Brandon should not have been cleared. Dawn was just whatever.
I'll tell you.
Who else is there? I'm missing two people. Francesca is Francesca. And one other person I'm missing.
Stay on this trail. We'll follow the river, then
But still, not a great field for people.
The Indians in these parts got sold a very raw deal.
Gravity Charger should Bad Girls Club have been canceled for casting Shannon. No, I'm obviously it should never get canceled.
Killed or herded up to the reservations in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, is this like a recent season?
Let's get there, Arthur.
I don't even know what's even going on in this clip. Oh. Yeah. It probably shouldn't have been canceled. Oh, it's like a remastered clip? That's even weirder. Okay, can the game not
Stop, stay with the others.
I'm trying to. No, it's not gonna let me go back. Cool. Yep. Well, that's great. Wrong thing. Try low and safe. Again, like I have Caramoan like probably third or fourth to last on my season ranking at this point. Like, I think the more and more time goes on, the more and more I hate Caramoan. Or, like, I liked Caramoan when it first aired, and then every single time I rewatch it, like, I just dislike it more and more. Now, I think I'm at the point now where, like, it's bottom 5, probably. Does BB have the worst Final 3 of all time? Probably. Might as well skip this cutscene, right? It's pretty bad. I don't know. Is there a worse one? Yeah, like it's tough to have like because like both Dick and Danielle like were simply there due to America's Player. Zach was Zach. So it's tough to have a worse one.
Get us out the street. Gotta keep us moving, but calm.
Yeah, like, I just like dislike Caramoan more and more over time.
Okay, let's take a look.
Like it's like because I remember back when it happened, I used to think of like the brand enhanced thing as like, oh, this is fun. Now I'm like, this is fucking incompetent of production. Like this is just production being idiots. Like why'd you put this guy on the show?
All right, Charles, you and me hold the thing up while you try and put the wheel back on, Arthur.
You still strong enough to hold
And then like I think like the post merge, like
Just saying.
there's obviously like great stuff there, but like I still don't think it like it's like nothing of substance really. It's like okay, the Malcolm like Three Amigos and like all this stuff, like that's like fun when it's happening. But you realize, oh, this like plays no factor into the actual season. Like Cochran still like demolishes the entire season anyway. Like this is simply just like okay, we're saving Malcolm for a week, I guess. Like that's pretty much all it is. And even things like the hold up bro, hold up Reynolds. Like that's literally like a singular moment pretty much. Like it doesn't really have like it's never really like foreshadowed. And it's really like just like one moment at Tribal. It's not really this like big thing, I guess.
If they wanted trouble, we wouldn't have seen them.
See, Cochran Steamroll made it so not interesting to me, especially because like the way the season's portrayed makes it so obvious that Cochran's gonna win, but it's not even in like a Boston Rob sort of way. Where like the way that Boston Rob is edited in Redemption Island is essentially like the show is like showing you how Boston Rob won Survivor. Like it's essentially showing you the ins and outs of his game. Where like with Cochran, it doesn't even do that. Like it's essentially just like, oh, he's the only person getting like consistent like positive content. And it's like the end game is to a degree. Like I think the end game you see a lot more of that, like particularly like the Brenda round. And the Andrea round, like you hear like Cochran be able to like articulate what he's doing, but like before that, it's like it's not even really that. So we're like I would have Redemption Island like way higher than I would have Caramoan at this point. Like Redemption Island's a season that for me has gone up over time. While Caramoan's a season that continues to go down.
Unpleasant. How do you rob and kill people pleasantly? We don't. Spider Duchess talk.
Oh yeah, BB-23 is pretty bad too. I think if it wasn't for the fact that like it's Dick and Danielle, then it probably would 23 would probably fight for that spot too. But Redemption Island, my guilty pleasure season. I think I have a lot of guilty pleasure seasons, which is what makes like my season ranking so tough, and it's why I always say that like I don't like I think even like my least favorite season, which is like Australian Outback, is still not even that bad of a season of reality television. Like I genuinely love every Survivor season. Like I would rather rewatch like any Survivor season, Survivor US season, than most other shows that are out there. I mean Xavier's pretty bad though, like especially for a winner. The fact that Xavier's like the number one there by a lot, I think it's not great.
We drifted around. He was a very sad man, and the drink had a mean.
Oh, yeah, this is the thing. Like, I think the thing that bothers me to a degree is that like how much like Xavier feels like a good player, right? It's like I think when you like think of Xavier, you think of, oh, he's a very solid all around player. And it's like I think that's the way most people view Xavier nowadays. And that's the way that I feel like I like view Xavier when I think about it like briefly. But when you really think about BB-23, you realize like, oh, he really just like completely lucks his way into a win. And it's like he took advantage of like the situation he was given, and like credit to him for that. But like he had no awareness of what was going on that season at all. Guilty Pleasures Australian Survivor All Stars. See, I don't think I can have a Guilty Pleasure Australian Survivor season because of how long they are. I guess if there is one for me, it would be Champions for Contenders 1.
There's a livestock town not called Valentine.
But yeah, I mean, like All Stars still wasn't entirely bad. Like I think Australian Survivor All Stars. Like I like Australian Survivor All Stars way more than Survivor US All Stars. Or like Survivor All Stars US is another one that like I think that's an all-time bad season for me now. Like I get no like true enjoyment from it anymore.
It'll do for now.
Like there's a couple moments here and there. Like still the Lex stuff is great. Final Tribal, like this downfall for Rob there is great. You have the Rupert Shelter, which is great, but like I don't know, it's definitely a very rough season. You have Rudy's final confession, his final words.
People die. It's the way it is. Always has been. Me,
Xavier's handling of DF and Ozza's the only thing you give him credit for, pretty much, yeah.
work a long time, and we're still here, so I figure we must have got it right a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, it's like that's the tough thing about like the entirety of BB-23 is like so tainted by how like no one outside of Xavier was like fully playing in their best interest. Actually, that's not even true of Xavier, to be honest. But like, I think like the thing is like everyone.
You can have all this.
Okay, so essentially, like the Cookout is the alliance that essentially like mainly benefited Xavier. But the reason why everyone did it was obviously due to like real world circumstances. That essentially caused like Tiffany to like sabotage her own game. Kylan sabotaged it to a degree, but then he also sabotaged it again at the end, like without the Cookout. But like it wasn't a good spot for Hannah. Like it really was like a position that like only truly benefited Xavier. To be fair, it benefited Big D and Ozza, but like not to winning scenarios. It benefited in terms of longevity, especially Big D. Yeah, at least Xavier like tried to keep his like number around. At least that's something. But again, he did so at like to the point where like everyone was noticing he was doing so, right?
Here we are, gentlemen. Home sweet home.
Yeah, it's like he's handed like a dominant position essentially. Or it's like on paper, especially if you just like watch the show and like don't take the feeds into consideration, I think you can come out of that thinking like, oh, Xavier's like one of the best winners of all time. Like he just like dominates this entire game.
Arthur and I were about to prosper.
But then yeah, like if you like watch the feeds and everything, you just see like how unaware of the game he was. And how like he really gets like lucked out by again Tiffany self-sabotaging her game. You have like the entire like Kylan wanting to go to the end of Xavier thing is complete luck. To where it's essentially a situation where Kylan decides to take Xavier to the end due to everyone else campaigning against Xavier. Where it's because Sarah Beth told him that Xavier, like Sarah Beth, Claire, Tiffany, Hannah, all of them told Kylan that, hey, if you get to the end of Xavier, Xavier's going to beat you. And Kylan, being the fucked up guy Kylan is, like, you know what? Let's see what happens then. I'm going to do that. Yeah, I think if the game plays its natural course, I think Tiffany wins most scenarios. If not, then yeah, DX might win out at the end. Like, I think win the last... Like, essentially, the main alliance would have been probably Tiffany, Claire, Hannah, DX. Where Tiffany's the best position socially in that. However, DX obviously, like, is very good at comps, and if he comps out to the end, he probably wins too. So, yeah, I think those are probably the two most likely to win.
We are safe now, and we are far too poor.
Well, Xavier would have been booted like what, like Final 9, if it wasn't for Cookout. Like pretty much like everyone was targeting him, like at the beginning of the jury phase of the game. Oh, that was another thing that like harmed his game, is that he like really campaigned for Christian and failed to save Christian. And that caused people to not trust him anymore. But yeah, it's like by the mid game, like he was being targeted consistently. If it wasn't for the Cookout, like he would have been gone.
Livestock town, all mud and morons, if I remember right. That seems a decent place to start.
And, we need food. Real food. That means every day.
It's hilarious how everyone's relationship and reasoning and plans collide to build a perfect structure for Xavier, yeah. Again, like, at least it wasn't Big D, though. Or Raza. That one, I mean, like, at least, like, there's something there to Xavier's game.
We put you over here.
Sure,
but yeah,
will be fine, Miss Grimshaw.
It should be. Most of your stuff from Blackwater got saved.
Everything.
Like I think it's just like, and also it would have been interesting though, because like obviously like without the feeds, I think that would have like greatly like recontextualized Xavier's game, which is kind of like the issue of no feeds to begin with, right? It's like that's like the true issue to me of no feeds with BB Can, is that I feel like we're never gonna truly know like how good some of these people are. And I feel like Xavier's like one of these people that like you probably would think of him as so much better than what he actually is if it wasn't for the fact that we had feeds. And like I think Ty is in a similar spot too with BB Can 9, where it's like if it wasn't for feeds, I think you would think that Ty's like an all-time great player. But then you realize like, oh, he was being targeted for like half the season. And then even in the end game, he's like making some like very strange decisions, and he's like burning jury votes.
His eyes are sparkling once more. I can see he's thinking a little clearer. I think we all feel.
How many winners are that way? I wonder. That like the edit, like if you only like if we didn't have live feeds, like who do we think are like better players than what they actually are? Like I think Ty is one of those. Paris is probably one of those to a degree. Like, for Paris is probably around the same, actually. It's just that, like, because of the feeds, we get to know, like, a lot of her more, like, a lot of the misreads she had at points. But it's, like, realistically, I think her game is probably around the same.
Down at the train station by the lake, apparently. And Strauss
how bad were Packers were bad on the show, too, right?
He's forced money upon.
Thank you. And you?
I'm gonna read a book.
Weird how close Tiffany and yeah. I mean, I think that's yeah, kind of what you would expect though. Especially like I think the Cookout just in general, like I would have expected them to be close no matter what, just due to the fact that they have this like bonding experience for themselves now. Where, like, I think it would kind of be like, it could be like a dysfunctional family, but like, I think no matter what, it's like a situation where they're, like, you would think that they'll always be close, just due to the fact that they are like the Cookout, and they did all these like press events together and everything. Worst between Jam and Rob, Jam, but also like, they're both not that bad.
Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks, nothing.
Beard is getting along.
We're free to plan our own future.
Daniel did a video of winners: Josh, Xavier, Taylor, Casey. Into Cody. I mean, I guess like who the fuck wants to see a video on Cody? Like that'd be fucking boring, right? You would think. But if you want to like know about Xavier's game, I would recommend listening to the Terran game recap, where I think that's where. By the way, also if you're listening to the Terran game recap, listen to Big D's. It's fucking hilarious. Where that's why Big D hates Terran, but it is really funny. I think they are still friends with Todrick, right? I'm pretty sure they were hanging out at his house not too long ago. Oh, is that how we got the Drew Daniel thing? Oh, it was picks of winners that he thinks can win again. Josh, Xavier, Taylor, Casey. I think Xavier, Taylor, Casey's right. Josh, I don't think Josh can win again. I think he can, but it would be very difficult. Like, I think not to the point where I would say that he's someone that could win again. I've watched Terrence Dan funeral video, but a while ago, like a very, very long time ago.
Sit down, Arthur.
If Josh wins again, is he the greatest of all time? No. Terrence from RHAP. He's like the most prolific live feed person. I think BB22, I think it came down to comps. I think it just, the comp results were just terrible. And it's not even necessarily that, like, I think, like, to be honest, I think a lot of it's just bad luck. I think it's bad luck, and I think it's also, like, not casting, but more so, like maybe the state of mind of the cast. Like, I think you could just very much tell that the cast wasn't having fun. And I think that played a factor too. And I think, like, obviously, like, they just came from, like, being quarantined. It was COVID. It's like, obviously there was a lot to not be happy about. But I think that vibe kind of, like, was there with the season. Like, you can kind of feel that, okay, no one's, like, really enjoying this experience. But yeah, I think in terms of, like, the results of the season, why it was so boring, I just think we got really unlucky comp results. Like, you look at, like, so many times early on where, like, the underdog comes so close to winning, and then instead we get, like, Enzo beating Kaser, we get Tyler beating Janelle. It's like we just get, like, these terrible we got even the second HOH, Memphis beats Nicole Anthony. It's like there were just so many times where the like, the underdog could have won, but then they just don't. And I just think a lot of it's just kind of bad luck. Like, I mean, even, like, BB22, it's like week 1 was good. I think week 1 was good. Even then, still not, like, an all-time great week 1, but, like, it was so cool to see these people back. You have the Kaser saving himself and Janelle. That's cool. Outside of that, though, it's fine. But yeah, I'm like week 2 already. Like, at that point, it's like it's already pretty bad. Week 3's bad. Week 3 had potential, actually. Tyler won HOH. Like, there was, like, it seemed like there was potential of him, like, turning against the Alliance, but then he doesn't. And to be fair, a lot of that's on Janelle and Kaser, but whatever. But then, yeah, like, week 4 is boring. Week 5 is icky. Then week 6 is good. The EN week, where, like, there's a lot of that, like, the twists going on that change things up. But after that, it's like, yeah, it's a slog until the triple is okay, I guess, but still, like, took out a lot of the suspense of or not suspense, a lot of the I don't know, the Danny boot, like, was, like, obviously rushed through, which was disappointing. And then yeah, the finale's good, but that's about it.
How's a cigar? Not bad, but sometimes I prefer a pipe. I've been meaning to get one.
I think the combination BB Can 5 flopping and 22 pan is why we can't get can ulcers. I think it's more about BB Can 5 flopping than anything. Like, I think straight up, I don't think BB Can's in the greatest spot, no matter what, even before BB Can 11. Where, like, even looking at last season's the lowest rated season on Global. Like, even though it was, like, obviously everyone loved it, like, from the community and everything, it's, like, it was not a well rated season ratings wise. Okay, wait, the mission's right here. Okay, cool. So it's like, I just don't think BB Can was ever in a good spot, or, like, at least now isn't in that good of a spot to be, like, willing to take that risk. And I think it is obviously, like, a risk, considering how much BB Can 5 flopped at the time.
Eventually. So,
while the rest
And
of us
then
are
yeah,
busy
I just think
killing, lying,
like
fighting,
I wonder like could they get the cast even if they wanted to? Could they get a good cast? I think that's the main thing. Could they get a good cast if they wanted to? I'm not sure.
Head into town, see if we can find anything
More
else.
biased Janelle stands or Sandra stands?
Great. Go check the horses.
Like it matters like how like I don't know how the Janelle stands think. Like for me, like I think the Sandra stands
Nothing.
um
Y'all two do. We always do. We're bored out of
are
our
like
minds. Been cooped up here for 2
like I think I disagree more with the Sandra stands. I would think, unless there's actually people that think like Janelle's like the best player of all time or something. Because like if people are saying okay, Janelle's like one of the greatest characters of all time, that sort of thing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But if you're like okay, like Janelle's like BB7 game is like an all-time great Big Brother game, then I'm like okay, maybe not.
Yeah, Valentine. Very embodiment of civilization.
Where's Josh all time if he wins the same way again or plays a decent game and wins? Like I mean, he would definitely have to be in the conversation. Like if he wins again, then like I think he has to be top 10 just from precedent at that point. Especially because like his yeah, I think he would be because like I think the thing is like the difference between Survivor and Big Brother is that like Survivor there's like so many more returning players and that sort of thing. But Big Brother's not as much to work with, to where like I feel like a 2-time win on Big Brother is almost a guaranteed top 10 no matter how bad those wins are. Where Survivor is like obviously as I said with Sandra, it's like it's not necessarily a guaranteed top 10 just because like there's so many other players that have like so like big resumes and everything that I don't think it guarantees you a top 10 spot, but I think with Josh it probably does, but like I still wouldn't have him particularly high. Like I still think I would like at best Dr. Will, but even then probably below that. I guess at that point it'd probably be above Paul. So I don't know, probably like number 6 maybe. Do I ever want to play Big Brother? Not really, no. I legitimately don't think I could do Big. I think I would genuinely lose my mind in the Big Brother house. Like even Celebrity Big Brother, it's like I don't even want to do that. Like for like not that I would be on Celebrity Big Brother, but I mean like in terms of like the amount of time.
Is one of you gonna get that fella's horse?
Oh, I got lumbago. It's very serious.
But yeah, I would more want to do Survivor, but like I don't really want to do either.
Oh, hey, you couldn't help me get my other horse back from over there, could you?
Whatever, we'll help.
Thanks. It's the white.
I was in Can 5 flops was because on paper it was kind of a All-Stars cast. I don't think that's why it flopped. I mean, I think it flopped because
Come here, you silly nag.
actually, I don't know. I guess like 4 did like have because like 3 and 4, like I believe 4 is the best rated season, right? And then wait, which horse am I supposed to get? Over here? Yeah, like I think 5. It's like I just think like no matter what, I think All-Star seasons for Big Brother in particular just never do well. Like I just think like the notion, like I think no matter how good the cast was, I think the like I think the casual audience would just not tune in as much. Or again, like I mean, at the end of the day, it's like for Big Brother, or really any of these shows, but like, it is the casual audience that brings in the ratings. And to most people, especially for Big Brother, when you have to like commit so much to this show, I think it is a tough task to tell people that some of these people have like bigger histories and like have like there's things that you're supposed to know about these people coming into this season. Like I think to them, like to casuals, it kind of feels like a bigger commitment for All-Star seasons with Big Brother, where it's like you're already having to watch the show 3 times a week. But then also it's like there's the chance that you're not going to know everything about what's going on. I think that kind of turns people off. Hey, Nigel, thoughts on the episode for Survivor? I thought it was okay. I thought it was a fine episode. It's probably my, I think it's my favorite episode of the bunch. I mean, like, obviously, like, I think the twist, is still, like, weird. But I didn't outright hate it. Like, I think conceptually I hate it, but, like, I don't know. I think it's an interesting, like, one-time thing. To essentially, like, it's essentially like production auto swap screwing a player, but then also giving that swap screw to player an idol. Which I think is like just kind of an interesting like way to swap. Or if there was no idol, I think this would be an outright like all-time bad like production decision. But the fact that they do have an idol, I think makes it like a bit of like an interesting like twist to the formula.
Sure don't want to be back up there.
Where essentially it's kind of the opposite of swap screwing. It's essentially like you're screwed if you're one of the people that didn't swap. Because now one of the people that didn't swap is almost auto going home.
Okay. Take a good look around, ladies. Let's see what we got here.
Go left here, down the main street.
All rice diet is Survivor all season or 1 week of slop. I think I could do rice better than slop. Like I would rather eat rice than oatmeal. So I'll take rice. Really, they're both bad though. But too bad they don't even give you rice anymore on Survivor, right?
Keep a low profile.
Will you remember that, though, Arthur?
Probably not.
Let's park up down the end.
Josh is gonna win again. I doubt it. Will Josh even be on Big Brother again? Will they ever bring back like winners at this point?
Now we're stuck.
What is the button for? There we go. Now I learned the button to turn around. I fucking hate that you have the bash on X. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm assuming they don't do it on every season. And that's why I think that's like a one-time thing. I'm like perfectly fine with it.
Uncle, what are we doing?
Well, we're gonna do what any self-respecting maniac does.
Put the women to work.
With pleasure.
In general, would I knock someone's game at all if they tried?
Just stay out of
Wait, if they voted for someone who played an idol correctly? No, I don't knock that.
Okay.
If you're someone in the majority and you vote for someone that
So that's how you see
that
yourself.
like successfully play an idol, I don't consider that a knock.
Well, in my youth, I used to be known as the one-shot kid.
I think maybe there's like minor instances
I'm not gonna
where
ask why.
You are a
where I would knock someone, but like even then it wouldn't be as like much as like just outright being like out of the loop or whatever. Like I think there's points where like okay, if it was obvious that this person had an idol and like you still vote for him, then like okay, that's kind of dumb, isn't it?
very funny.
Lied. Ringworm.
But still, I think in most cases I wouldn't knock them that much.
Shut up. This is the place.
I feel like most of the twists this season can only be done one season. Probably. Like the birdcage, obviously.
What do you need?
Well, at least the fake idol aspect of it.
You know, something to pass the time while we're waiting on the women.
Always thinking ahead, ain't you?
You're looking a bit tired there, Arthur. Why don't you pick up some coffee?
It is weird. Like some of the twists they've had for this season. I feel like with the review, like I've been thinking about this. Like I don't think I have that much to say with this review so far with 44, outside of the Vantage stuff, and like the like twist related things. Where I mean, I say this now, and then it turns out this is going to be my longest review ever, but because that's usually what fucking happens. But I don't know, I'm not thinking this is going to be that long of a review, at least for the 4 episodes that we have so far. Where like even I was thinking about the opening, like the opening scene. I feel like I have so much less to say in the opening scene than I did for like 41, 42, 43.
Got no respect for their elders no more. What do you reckon? Lamb
And I think a lot of that's because like we're not getting as much like personal content about these people, which I think kind of like reduces the number of like potential winners. To like, so I think there's like kind of like less to talk about edgically.
Well, look at this.
A jaw harp.
What is this list of yours?
I got a lot to replenish after that god-awful time in the mountains. All done.
If David Alexander wins BB21.
Should do the trick. Yep, that's fine whiskey.
How much does night one thing count?
That should do it.
Probably not that much. Not as much as like Ovi or Chemis, but it'd still be like I'd still like consider it like a minor knock, but it wouldn't be like as much as like fully getting voted out. There could have been 6 idols in the game with 13 people. Yeah. But also, like, 3 of them expire in, like, 1 more episode, though. I don't have an issue with that. Like, I fully don't have an issue with it because those are temporary idols that are going to stay on those tribes. Because, again, we know that they're not going to swap again, right? So, essentially, these are... Because I'm assuming we're going to merge out this next episode. So essentially, these are idols good for 2 rounds that are stuck on these individual tribes that are not good for any other situation. I guess they could be used for like fake idol, like down the road, but like in terms of like real idol power and stuff, like it's only good for 2 rounds and it's stuck on in these one specific configuration. So I really don't have an issue with these. Again, it's ridiculous on paper for sure that we have this many idols in the game. But again, like you're essentially swap screwing this person to begin with. Like I don't have much of an issue with like essentially instead giving this person immunity. Hottest BB Can 11 girl? I mean probably Shania.
And to being down here off that mountain. Absolutely.
It's a funny world.
If we're talking about like pure aesthetically, probably Shania. Or Kuzi too. I think pure aesthetically, I would go Shania if we're like doing like everything, and then probably Kuzi.
I snuck into this fancy house. Acted like a servant girl. Usually works. Someone was saying her sister was taking a trip from New York or someplace.
Winterpick's doing... Which Winterpick are we talking about?
Saint Denis and then cruising off to Brazil.
Okay. Everyone Shania?
Train laden with baggage and passing through
not
a
doing
big
that well.
deserted country at night. As to get to the docks in time for the tides, in some place called Scarlet Meadows.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah, I didn't pick Daniel.
Yeah, it's right out near New Hanover. Right, it's real cool.
Sounds good. Where's Tilly and Ken?
Yeah, Daniel's potentially gonna do well.
Drunken fellas that they was
Definitely seems in a better spot now than what he did like a week ago.
They have been gone for
Do I think Zach could be carried until like final 7? Probably not.
There's Tilly over there.
I think maybe like final 11. I think a couple more weeks, and then I think that's probably it, though. Like I expect Zach to be gone, like at worst, like a couple weeks after jury. More than likely within the next couple weeks.
Get your hands off her. Who are you?
Yeah, like you can't even properly rank. We've had 4 episodes of what is going to be like a 13-episode season. Like, there's not much to actually like rank so far, but it's fine. It's okay.
You're making a big mistake, Tilly Jackson.
Just get lost.
I ain't doing this with you right now.
Go wait with Uncle and Mary Beth. They're across the street.
This happened was this.
Thanks, Arthur.
Oh, is this why I just talked about this, right? Yeah, I literally just talked about this. Jeff talked about how he wanted to have a season filled with the kids of former Survivor players.
I'm gonna go see about Karen in the hotel.
He said it in his in the podcast.
Come on, try and help people. I do all I can manage. Are you doing all you can? I thought you said you were going to see about Karen.
Can I help you, sir?
To help the weak.
I'm looking for a girl who came in here.
I feel like 41, 43 felt similar, and now 42, 44. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think 42 had the bigger moment overall in the Jenny vote, but I think like the the Maddie vote and the Sarah votes are probably better than anything else in 42. In the pre-merge, at least. Like, I don't know, I would probably have 44 or above 42, I think, right now. But yeah, they're definitely similar, though. Oh, you didn't watch the you didn't listen to the podcast? Too far, there wasn't that much new in it. It was mostly talking about challenges, which is like, yeah. Which I do find fun. Oh, that was the other thing with Jeff. That Jeff was talking about how like, oh, every challenge needs to have a physical component. It's like, does it? Like, do we?
You okay?
Fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Nothing.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We didn't talk about that. Yeah, we didn't talk about Bachelor in Paradise Canada. That for some reason, Godfrey, Sam Pico, and Cole Metters for some reason are all on it, which is funny. I was like, good for Godfrey. I'm happy he's on another reality show. Sam, it's like, I guess. I mean, why not? And Cole Metters, like, why is Cole Metters on a Canadian Bachelor in Paradise show? Like, it's so weird.
Sure. He only punched me. Arthur punched him a lot harder.
I mean, but I think there's like better choices than Sam Pico.
A few weeks back.
Like, there's more like obvious, not better. I think like more obvious choices is probably the thing to say. Like, if you're looking at like BB Can history, and you're saying, okay, one woman is going to be on Bachelor in Paradise Canada. It's like, Sam Pico's that person?
Go get the I'm gonna go have a word with our friend.
I don't know.
Be careful, Arthur.
It's not the person I would have like picked, or would have expected to even be on there. Take Kelsey Faye. Yeah, I think that seems like a more obvious choice. I think Kelsey is Kelsey married or no? I'm thinking for her sister, right? Because she's not dating Phil anymore, right? Oh, that's still surreal that happens. Actually, who would even be on there? Actually, I'm like thinking through like at least big names in BB Can. I guess there isn't like that many like super obvious picks.
Why are you telling lies about me?
No. I got it wrong, partner. I got it very wrong. Now please help me out.
Was Paige 18? I thought she was 19. But either way, she was very, very young. Which is weird. It is weird that they cast her when she was that young.
Yes, me too.
Oh, Kayla. Yeah, but Kayla's like married now with a kid, right? So like that can't happen. I think that's the issue. A lot of the obvious names are like very clearly in relationships.
You okay, partner?
Because like Ica would have been fun, but she's obviously in a relationship. Cassandra's married. I guess like Netta. I mean, Steph definitely. Yeah, Steph from BB Can 10 feels like someone you just expect to be on there, but not from BB Can. Austin. No, they're not dating, right? Yeah, so Austin's probably maybe single. So maybe. Yeah. JC's with Gino. They're still together, right? That's still a thing.
You want a pen? It's one of them steel ones.
Oh. That's very kind of you. But I'm not a good man.
What, like Beth is like married, right? Beth from or like engaged or whatever from BB Can 9.
And maybe I should.
Oh, Min Lee. Well, Min Lee. Yeah, I'm surprised Min Lee's not there. Or Maddie. Maddie from BB Can 8. Like she seems like someone that would be on something like that.
Not now, not never. I think we have an understanding.
Of course we do. Jimmy Brooks.
Yeah, just put Min Lee and Jamar back on. They were on what? X on the Beach, right? How was that? I completely forgot that happened actually until now.
Not one lick.
How'd that go? I assume not well.
In this here old mind.
Who's Beth win against? I mean, from what I understand, she would have been everybody except for Kiefer, I guess. Well, like, I believe like coming into the jury house, they were all like disappointed to see Beth. They thought they wanted her to win by that point for some fucking reason. But yeah, like I'm pretty sure she beats Ty and Brayden for sure. I think she beats Tara, at least at the point that she gets voted out. I think she beats Tara. I think Tara, like, taking out Kiefer and stuff like that, like, I think that kind of bolstered Tara even more. And then also getting voted out and coming back. I think, like, people like that from her for some reason. But at least, like, I think Beth would have had a chance against a lot of people. As time goes on, your opinion of Brayden's game goes lower. Mine actually goes up just because my opinion of his game was so low to begin with.
I asked my boys here if they
Like, I thought of him as, like, a really, really terrible player at the time. Where I'm like, now, okay, at least he was, like, really good socially. He was still, like, nothing strategically. But, I don't know. It's, like, could have been worse, I guess. I mean, again, also the fact that he literally comes an HOH away from winning the game. Where if he wins final HOH, he wins the game, according to the jury. Where, again, according to Jed and Beth and stuff, they were going to vote for whoever won final HOH. Between Ty and Brayden. So it's like, Kiefer would have won against anyone in the final four. Tara would have won against Ty and Brayden. But then between Ty and Brayden, they were voting for whoever won final HOH and took the other. Mainly on Survivor would be the return of Sheehan. Would she? I feel like it's not, it's like the complete opposite of Sheehan. Where like Sheehan's like professional, like classy sort of person, where like Minley's like the complete opposite of that. Remember Devon and Ike got into a big fight over what?
Hello.
Over Min Lee? What are we talking about?
Howdy, sir.
Betty beats Josh and Kevin. For sure beats Josh. Like, that's not even a question. Kevin, it comes down to Canada. Which we don't know for sure. Because, like, based on... so, like, I think Betty was the fan favorite. However, I believe Betty and Josh split votes to where, like, I don't know if Kevin, like, would have beaten Betty in a fan vote because of that.
How much you cost, anyway?
Well, ain't that a nice way to talk to a lady?
Oh, I didn't know I was talking to a lady.
Excuse me.
Oh, we're talking about the stupid people line.
You got a fine way with the women, amigo.
I love, like, you can't even read the text on that emote.
I dread to think about it.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there he is. Watch where you're going.
I think I could defend Jamar because he and a friend of Days got into it. Okay. Oh, I do remember that now. I do remember that. Yeah, that I did remember that. Yeah, he got like accused of being like an abuser or something. Oh, wrong button. I feel like I'm just like pushing random buttons, like assuming that it's working, but then like it turns out it's probably not even doing what I think it's doing. No, I dropped on Jam Jam. He's actually like, he dropped quite a bit. Where I think if it wasn't for the fact that he had like such strong premiere, that I would probably be out on Jam Jam right now. But I have Carolyn at number 1. And then Matthew, then Nat, then Jam Jam. Someone's not played RDR2? Yeah. Okay, RDR2 is great. The problem is it's probably not the greatest stream game. Because, like, the point of RDR2 is, like, you're supposed to be, like, immersed in this, like, Western, like, simulator and, like, really get to, like, connect to the character of Arthur Morgan and everything. And it's, like, on stream, Yeah, I'm not doing that, am I?
Come on, pretty boy. Pretty boy? You're kidding me. Pretty boy?
Make it say stupid players. Yeah.
Go on, Tommy.
God damn it! Again, I keep on pushing L1, thinking it's block. Maybe because like I've been playing Trek to Yomi, and that's like the fucking block button Trek to Yomi. God damn, I did it again. I legitimately don't know the controls of this. Like, what? How do you do anything here? Whatever. It's most likely future Kelly of the new era. Of those people, I think Ellie is the most likely to come back. But I don't know if she's like a Kelly Wentworth on her return. I think probably like Claire would be more that, right? Like I think Claire's probably the most likely of Claire Maddie Helen to come back, I think. But even then, not that likely. But I think like for Claire is probably like the definitive Kelly Wentworth though, because like that was the Kelly Wentworth thing, is that she was like so prominent online, to where like I think she like remained in like production's like radar because of that. So like, I feel like Claire could be that, considering Claire's like super prominent online. She's like already like friends with a whole bunch of the alumni. Like she's been like going to charity events for like years or whatever. So it's like, yeah, like I think Claire's probably like the definitive one.
Look who we found.
I don't think Sarah, like, Jeff did seem high on Sarah, in the podcast. So maybe, but like I don't know if it was like high enough to be like, oh, she's definitely gonna come back. But he did seem like, oh, she's a good player and that sort of thing. But yeah, I am gonna make a video on this. Which
I've missed you.
I find it funny how like these streams have turned like the point of these were like to kill two birds with one stone, like play a game that I was gonna do a video on, but also be able to stream. But I think I've come to realize now that like that's not the most effective thing in the world, considering like I'm getting like almost nothing usually from actually playing these on stream, because I'm like barely paying attention to the game most of the time. And to be fair, I think it like gives me a different perspective on these games that I think kind of helps at points where like I think it definitely helped with Beyond Two Souls in particular, because I think it makes me like recognize a lot more the gameplay of it all, because like I think narratively I already know what my opinions of the narrative are. So like I think through this it kind of gives me more opinion on the gameplay, because like that's the only thing I'm actually like somewhat paying attention to.
Always is. Charles,
and like it makes me recognize like how monotonous certain things are. Like AC4 was the same thing when playing that, like the annoyance of how many tailing missions there are. Which if I already knew, but like I definitely felt it more this time. Better between Netta and Vanessa. I think I would have more faith in Netta on a return than Vanessa. What do you think next to go? Yeah, I think it's Josh from Tika. I doubt Soka's going to Tribal, and then Ratu, it's probably Kane. But if Soka was to go to Tribal, I guess Franny. Just because, like, again, like Jamie is the person that I'm the most like seems like the most likely to be an early boot with like no real like massive. Oh, it did not mean to do that. Okay, cool. I'm. They want me for animal cruelty, so that's great. Okay, again, I'm just pushing all the fucking wrong buttons. This is just me being an idiot. When was the last save? I kind of just want to reload that. It should be just then, right? Where are we at? 3:15. Oh, we're at 3:15. I remember. Oh yeah, I forgot I started stream late. Okay, yeah, I'll just save it just a second ago. Okay. Then more delusional, Ty or Zach? I think Ty. They're both. I mean, they're both delusional, but like Yeah, I mean, they're both delusional. But at least, like, Zach doesn't want Dan out right now. I think that's, like, a minor thing in his favor. Sarah had more confessionals than Natalie White. That's super funny. I don't get how Sarah got 17 confessionals. Like, I have, like, no memory of any of her confessionals. I think she did have, like, a couple fun ones this episode. Oh, about Josh and him being, a surgeon. I think that was okay. But so I feel like I know nothing about Sarah. Like, I feel like we didn't get to see much of her, like actual personality. Like, it just felt like a lot of it was just so blah. What winner would Heidi's edit be most similar to if she wins? I mean, like, we're still so early on, but... And she got, like, really strong content episode 1. Like, the thing is, like, the modern era, it's like, I don't think you can truly tell until the merge. Like, I think you can rule a couple people out. Actually, even then, though, not even necessarily, really, I guess. Like, because, like, looking at Gabler, like, coming into the merge, like... Did anyone think Gabler had a shot coming into the merge? Like, after the merge, I was like, okay, I think I can kind of see it now. And then, like, by the time we got to the finale, I was like, okay, he's probably the second most likely to win after Cassidy. But yeah, like, I mean, like, I don't think we have, like, the full, like, picture yet. But, like, with Heidi, it's like, what do we have? We have, like, a strong premiere episode that, like, had personal content. No game content, though. Invisible episode 2. Was she even in this last episode? I don't even remember she was in this last episode. But episode 3, she has, like, game content, finally, of her relationship with Danny. What the fuck? That looks ridiculous. This is the Game Changer show. Oh, whoa, there's that many subscribers? Holy shit. That's quite a bit. Wait, there's 1.69 million subscribers just for their shorts channel? Like, that's pretty insane. Wise Production want a lot of advantages. I think we've gotten to the point in Survivor where, like, I don't think they care about the game. And I think this season's making it even more abundantly clear that that's the case. Where, like, I don't think they actually care about the game itself. I think they care more about, like, having these players, like, go on an adventure and take risks and that sort of thing. More so than, like, actually wanting, like, a proper game. Which I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I don't remember. Yeah, was that on the show, the Sarah's friend? I don't remember anymore. And that's the weird thing about the season is that, like, so much of the pregame press, like, had all these, like, sob story stuff. And then, like, I don't remember if, like, any of it has been on the show or not. Or if it was just, like, from the pregame press. Which, like, is a good and a bad thing. Like, I do think, for me, I do think there was a happy medium. Where, like, I think my issue with the season so far, or I mean, one of my issues with the season so far, is the fact that I do feel like it's tough to really connect to this cast. Just because, like, I feel like we don't know that much about these people. It's like, I mean, if we go, like, person by person, it's like, Franny, like, she's nerdy. She likes Matt. That's about all I really know about her. Matt, he's nerdy. He just got out of a relationship. He's kind of a doofus. That's kind of all I know about him. Danny, like, has Danny even mentioned the fact that he's a firefighter? Like, he's just this guy getting idols and planning fake idols and stuff, right? Like, there's not much to say about that. Heidi got good content episode 1 about being underestimated and everything. Carolyn has a sob story to a degree. I mean, like, in the fact that she was a former drug addict, right? And she like went through rehab and everything, and then also is now a drug counselor, right? That's what she currently does.
Only when I see you.
College Humor has 14.6 million. Well, that's something. I've never watched a single thing from College Humor. In general, I don't watch a lot of things from like big YouTubers or anything. Like even like when I was younger, I never did. Like I don't think I've ever watched like a PewDiePie video or anything like that. Yeah, 14.6 million subscribers. Based on a preview for next week, I'm worried about a Matt Medevac. Yeah, we talked about this a lot earlier on the stream, but I feel like the fact that they continuously mention his shoulder, like it's definitely a worry. I think if he doesn't get Medevac, I think he's like for sure one of the top contenders to win. But I'm definitely worried about Medevac for him.
Help me.
I don't think it's worth it even to continue on in the game, right? Like, we're almost at 4 hours. I don't feel like doing them. It's fucking almost 3:30 in the morning. I think to find Noel's missing leg on the journey. I mean, who knows? Those Game Changer clips are the only things you've seen. Yeah, I don't even know what they normally do. Like, what they even get popular from. Is Adam Gentry a good player? It's kind of baseline. He's like a very, like, fine player. Like, I would assume when I do the ranking of every player and everything, I assume he'll be around the middle. And actually, maybe he'll be like slightly higher, just because, like, again, like I think at the end of the day, it's like I think most Survivor players or most players of reality TV shows are bad. So it's like with him kind of being like just okay, it probably like leaves him probably like slightly above average, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I'm hoping that if he does get medevaced, that like they'd bring him back like Bruce. Or really, like, actually, what if there's 3 medevacs this season? Wouldn't that be fun? I don't know if it would be funny. But, like, what if there's 3 medevacs this season? They're all, like, they already planned that, okay, these 3 people, they're all coming back. Like, they already have it, like, pre-planned of like, all the medevac people from the season. I might be the Co Wrong. Fucking, who would it be? It would be Caleb, Neil, and Joe. What a captain season that would have been. Old's videos you're finding 15 years ago. So it's what, 2008? Yeah, kind of makes sense. Like, I know they've been around for a while. Like, I've heard of them. I just don't know what they've actually done. Wanted Bruce, Pat. Season set up like SA champions. So what, they're like not even, or are we saying like as in they're not even players? They're just like coaches? There's like the leaders of their tribe in that way. Like, that'd be fucking weird. Who's the Cornet and who's the Mark? That was his name, Mark, right? I feel like Pat's definitely Pat. Actually, I think this is obvious, right? Like, Pat's definitely the Cornet, and then Bruce is definitely the Mark. I feel like, where like Pat's the type of guy that's like gonna like tell you every little thing you need to do. No, I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite, because like Bruce, I feel like is more like laid back. It seems like, to where like Pat is the one that's like that like gotten everyone's nerves because like he was annoying everyone at camp. Where like, I feel like that's the Cornet. Cornet's the guy that like tries to like micromanage how everyone's thinking. That's what happened like at the first vote in SA Champions, is that everyone essentially like rebelled against Cornet. Well, Mark's the type of guy that like lays back and doesn't give a shit about anybody. I forgot that's a thing that goes to like a cinematic thing. Yeah, like, I feel like that's more of a Bruce thing than a Pat thing, at least.
Hi there.
One was a dick, one was boring. I thought they both brought like kind of interesting stuff to the table to a degree. I mean, like obviously, like I didn't need how many like Cornet got like over 100 confessionals that season. When like the highest player in the game, I believe was Graham at like 90 something. I think that's how it worked out, something like that. By the way, like yeah, like Cornet got more confessionals than anyone actually in the game, which is ridiculous. No, like the thing is, so actually, I think there was like a couple points where Mark like lashed out at like Sivu, where like he got upset at like Sivu for like wanting to be in the challenge or whatever, or something dumb like that. But like for the most part, like Mark Fish like just didn't give a shit by the end. Or he essentially just like let Shane run the tribe. Where like Cornet like right away was like more controlling and like was more of like, okay, like I'm like he was like pro like Xavion and like Marsha and like that group, and like he was like essentially like feeling like he was like the like the king of the tribe or whatever, and then like they blindsided Ashley at the first one and he was like, oh fuck. I guess I don't have any say here, do I? Or rank Here's Villains. I think it's very good, like in terms of like I think it's the best AU season. I think globally, I still don't even know if it cracks top 15 for me. But that's more of a like that's kind of my opinion of AU in general. So there's like I think even the best AU season is not like anywhere close to the best US season for me. Where like I just think like fundamentally the AU format is one that I just don't like, especially in comparison to good Survivor US. Like I do think this season of Heroes for Villains is definitely better than 41, 42, 43. I think it's better than Winners at War had Winners at War not been Winners at War. It's better than 39. Probably better than 38's like, yeah, probably better than 38. So I think it's like debatably the best Survivor. Well, I guess not taking into account SA, I guess, but like it's one of the best seasons since Dave vs. Goliath. But it's not I don't know. It's not like all-time great season for me. And I will say I think this endgame stretch has been kind of boring to me. Like I thought the first 6 episodes to me were kind of like fine. I think the last like 2 weeks have been kind of slow. Again, the Simon Nina boots were both like pretty boring to me. The Haley boot was also pretty boring, and we had the Nana Lim. So like I feel like both of those weeks were pretty slow. However, I think the middle was great. Again, the middle was fantastic. Like the middle was like all-time great Survivor. Like you got Fraser boot, Sharni boot's kind of boring. But then you got the Paige boot, you got the Jordy boot, you got Ben boot was kind of but you got the Nana Lim with the Mutiny, which was bad, but throughout that entire episode you got the culmination of the Cookie Idol. That was fantastic. You got the Stevie boot, you got the not Flick boot, you got the David boot, like the merge round. That was fantastic. Flick boot was kind of boring, but then like that following week you got Sam boot, which was good. You got the Sean Eaton blindside, which is great, and then this Sean vote was like fine. I mean, like it not the best episode in the world, but it was still like that was definitely still when we were at the high. And I think when we get to the Haley boot, it's like okay, well then like it's still fine, but like obviously Haley's going out. I feel like that was like not surprising considering the way that they like edited it. I mean, like it was just like the fact that like we're getting all this from like George's perspective, and at the very beginning of the episode, and like Haley never seems to pick up on the fact that he's targeting her. It's like, and then and it's just like Nana Lim, Simon, Nina. It's like whatever. I hate Cha. I'm literally playing on ending in a second. It's already 3:30. But yeah, again, like I think we'll probably end here. So yeah, tomorrow my stream, or no, not stream. I keep on saying stream. My scheduling video thing will come out on the VOD channel. I'll be honest, like I didn't love how it turned out in comparison to the previous ones. Like I think the previous ones I was having a lot more fun. I feel like this one felt a lot more like, I don't know, kind of like not as interesting. I don't even know how to describe it, but I don't know. But whatever. I scheduled stuff. Again, talked about a lot of that stuff here, but we'll see how that stuff turns out. Still trying to finish Immortality. Dude, that's gonna take forever. I would just like never bother to try to find every clip in that game. It used to just have 20 episodes. I wish it did, but I can't, right? Because of the rulings over there of like internet, like shows filmed overseas need to be like a specific episode count or whatever, or like it has to have like a. No, actually, I think it is episode count, right? I don't know. Either way, it's like there's like weird rules in Australia over that, which is why it's so long. But then again, didn't they do Challenge? Yeah, because Challenge Australia was filmed overseas. So who the fuck knows? I don't know. Who cares? I guess. I mean, I guess it was like back to back with the Traders, right? I think that was like one time slot. Was the Traders AU and the Challenge AU. But also they gave up on the Challenge AU, so like does that still count? I don't even know how that works. I don't know. Nina was your preseason pick. I mean, where was I on Nina preseason? I think I was like high on her, but I think I was always like worried about like an anti-American sentiment in terms of like win potential. Turns out I was wrong in the sense that like based on the Ponderosa or the Jury Villa video, it seems like she would have won if she got to the end. But she didn't get to the end. I have Sarah number 1 on the player ranking of the boot so far, obviously. Yeah, I think like she did less wrong in my eyes than Maddie. They were both out of the game essentially, but Maddie like literally caused her vote out. Where like I feel like Sarah didn't. To be fair, I feel like Sarah had a lot more like wasted opportunities, kind of, but still, I still have Sarah higher. I don't even remember where I put Simon. I don't even think I'm even solidified on Simon, but I have Nina number 1. I think Nina's going to be pretty high on the player ranking by the end of it.
I'll see you in the morning.
But yeah, so yeah, again, like now I'm just in the process of prepping videos again, which is fun to not feel like I'm rushed to finish videos. So thank God I don't have to fucking edit a 6-hour Last of Us video anymore. Again, have is I guess the big thing in quotes, but still. Yeah, I think Simon below. Yeah, I think Simon is below Sean for sure. I think it's the Sam Flick David part of it that I was like debating a bit more because like obviously he makes it a lot further than them. And he directly is the cause of like voting out like Flick and David. He also had like a lot of win equity by the end, so like I'm thinking he might be higher, but I'm not like sold on that 100%. Rise and Fall, maybe. I don't know. First person to be with a fake idol, think it's real. Yeah, and bring her back for Game Changers. Why not? I have Carolyn number 1 in the player ranking or the power ranking right now. So, yeah, I've heard the reasons why Soul wasn't on. Well, it was like quick. It was too quick a turnaround, and also, actually, there was another reason, right? But either way, it was essentially like too quick of a turnaround. Was still injured. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have much of an opinion on Naya and Rodri. It's basically a circle of more strategy. I fucking hope so. Yeah, I feel like at this point, I'm pretty confident. I'm just not going to bother covering the circle ever again, even if it does come back, which I'm assuming it's not. But even if it does, I just don't think I care. I do have a circle season ranking coming out in like a few weeks. But after that, it's like, I don't know if I care enough to ever talk about the circle ever again. I mean, like, I might talk about UK season 1 for my top reality TV seasons of all time video, but outside of that, oh, actually, I guess it'll be in my year in reality TV video too, wouldn't it? But still, I don't really want to talk about it again. I think 44 has the potential to be top 10. Probably not. Top 15, maybe. Top 10, I think it's pretty hard to crack. Like I think the problem with 40, like I think it's more so like a fundamental issue with the new era that I just don't know if any season in the new era can crack it, crack the top 10, just due to the fact that I just don't think the format of the show now is as interesting as what it used to be. Like it's still like a fun season, but I think the problem with modern, and like I think this goes like throughout the entire new era, is that I feel like there's so much less like gameplay in the new era, where like there's a lot of like things happening and like people like I feel like just like obviously like so much of the game has been focused around like advantages, but also like even beyond advantages, like more so like how people get advantages, to where like it's taken away time to like actually focus on like the strategy and the gameplay of it all. Where like I think 41, like as much as there's criticism of 41 over the like the editing of like, okay, too much time was spent on the like new format and like all this stuff, and like I do agree with that. Like I do think like 41 is probably like the last season I was like that interested in the gameplay of the season. Where like I feel like with this season, like it just feels like like, and I think this was a problem with 43 too, is that it feels like just a lot of things aren't explained, and a lot of things aren't like I think just a lot of like relationships aren't really developed well enough, and like I think it's done purposely. Like I think they're intentionally doing this because I don't think they want you to think about that. I think they just want you to think like, hey, this fun thing's happening, and like make you more focused on that than like the actual like true game that's going on. But I don't know, it's just not as interesting to me. But it's still Survivor. I still enjoy it, but I just don't know if like it'll like crack like again the Kagians, the San Rondosters. I don't know why that's the second one that came to mind. Here's Villains, Pearl Islands, Dave vs. Even Dave vs. Goliath. I mean, I think that's like the last like great Survivor season. And yeah, I just don't know if, and like too fair, even that like felt like an accident. But yeah, I just don't know if Survivor has it in them anymore to make a season like that. But we'll see. We'll see eventually, maybe, hopefully. But I'm too tired to talk about the Tribe Soft. I talked about it earlier in the stream. You could just go back to watch earlier in the VOD. But yeah, again, I think we'll probably end here. It's past 3:30 in the morning. So yeah, next time, continue on Red Dead. We'll have BB Can, Eviction, and probably next HOH, but not anything beyond that because that's BB Can 11 for you. We will have... Is there anything else? Australian Survivor? Yeah, we'll have an Australian Survivor episode. It'll be right before the finale, so that's something. Oh yeah, I just realized. Wait, is there? We have 2 episodes left, right? So yeah, it's either a final 2 or a non-elim, right? So it's either a final 2 or a final 3 with a non-elim. But again, like, wasn't there a promo about like a dumb twist thing? I don't know, whatever. Well, we'll probably talk about it. They're probably like, it's probably gonna be. Hoping Liz wins out. I don't. I really don't. But I'm kind of thinking that's what's gonna happen. But whatever. We'll talk about it then. But again, yeah, I think that's it. That's about it. That's happening in between now and then. But yeah, I guess just see you guys next time, I guess.